Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leaves just to feed the village. Hidden leaves make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your brukins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Blacker shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. Here it come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded that nigga ready. Turn your brains into a red spaghetti. I be looking for God here. Hopefully he see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Talk to my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision and they see it, they want in the convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing and let them watch windows punk gas for a bag of chill shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli. I just want water. Start bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Chop to a motherfucking church. And they got them my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth of my property. They just don't talk the cap, always a lot in the world and I'm on it. All that construction on this side, I'm taking my time. Now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no I'm writing rhymes. Late night, not an early morning like an alchemist. I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but it's no more around this town. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin calling, almost out. Say he heard prices went back up. I confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them looking themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones they breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started a league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connected no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Ain't how the gang got away from the bars, man. This shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping, we fucking and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear out my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Cold's automatic when aiming with the boy in the status of stadium.
Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send they verses back to me and they be terrible just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the Super Bowl. girl on her phone, G. Never paid attention to the room or the homie. She just missed another opportunity, And I know that she lonely with no company, She so busy reading text, she ain't even read the room, yeah. Always sending texts like I just want myself a little boo, yeah. I think I just went stupid, hit by Cupid. The arrow hit my heart, I hope she noticed, gotta read the room, yeah. Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Trying to talk to you was honestly so fucking strange. Trying to find a way that drove my brain to be deranged. I would've never thought I'd have this kind of issue. I couldn't connect with you inside of the same room. I know you feel me, at least I think you do. It's hard to tell, I cannot read the room. Seem to be unfazed, that's what you supposed to do. You seem so confused, baby, why won't you learn to read the room? I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
I'll show you how to read the room, baby. Say you faded off that drink, I hit the road in Zoom, baby. Project nigga section 8, I never had a spoon, baby. She says it's rated, this movie coming soon, baby. No, I ain't worried about your boyfriend, he ain't like that. See me, it's on sight about that pussy, he gon' fight back. He gon' risk his life, I beat him up like go down my path. But your bitch want me, so it ain't my fault that you tried that. Oh yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I can tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No, boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah, don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without tank on E. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride the wave. I see you really love to follow. Shouldn't say this over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K, pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fire the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is just hard. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in my face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality, win at all costs. Snakes in the grad, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is people. The confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I gotta grind for my team. Take the title home and be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show I'm the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played, yeah.
Who did you expect?
Yeah. Everybody think it's a game, yeah. Everybody think it's a game. Yeah. Everybody thinks a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No, boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah. Don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without tank on E. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride a wave. I see you really love to follow. Trendsetters over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K, pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fire the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is just hard. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in my face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality win at all costs. Snakes in the grass, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is pivotal. Confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I gotta grind for my team. Take the title home and be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show on the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah.
We live. Welcome to another edition of Let's Entertain This, episode number 17. Oh, we on a run. We on a roll. Welcome. We are live from the Bay Area in California for all you haters. And what can I say? Life is good. Life is good. Shout out to everybody that's here early. Of course, I must mind my manners. So I must acknowledge the sponsor of the last show was none other than Mr. JJ Carfair. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. I can't say enough about JJ. I just don't want to see no long, complex, complicated language and words in those super chats today. I had enough of that. He loves to torture me that way. I don't appreciate it, okay? But I think it's because he lives on another side of the planet. So I think that's where our communications always have issues, okay? So shout out to you, brother. Shout out to JJ Carver for being a sponsor of the last show, and which was one of the last shows. What was it? Nick, what up? I believe we had a really, really dope conversation. Some of you may not be privy to it because it's members only at this point. But if you're part of the members group, I would suggest you go back and watch the live stream. I think it was some pretty dope information. It was nothing too complex, crafted just for it to be able to be digested properly. And it was a lot of fun. So, you know, what can I say? And I'm working on the next one. By the way, I'm working on the next show. I'm just always trying to figure it out. So that's what happened. But now we back to what we do on this side of town. All right. And I got a lot of things that's on my mind today. I believe that I need more water. That's one. I don't know why y'all waste y'all time drinking alcohol. I understand Kool-Aid because it gives that nostalgic feel, right? But I don't drink Kool-Aid either. I reserve the right to drink lemonade at restaurants, which I hardly go to, and what else do I have? Apple juice. I don't really like orange juice. Apple juice, right? Because it makes me sound childish and immature, okay? Apple juice. So let me tell you guys what we're going to discuss today, all right? I had a whole thought process of what we're going to discuss. Now I'm going to totally just wing it now. So there was a show that happened after my show and I dropped by, and the show was rocking. Okay, it was ran, hosted, moderated by Miss Lucky Marie, and it was pretty dope show. And there's just one part that I want to speak about. There's tons of parts in that show that is really dope. So if you guys missed this show, make sure you go back and watch it. Make sure y'all comment after the stream to support them. But there's a couple things about that show that I want to. One thing in particular, because I don't want to cover the whole thing. You guys can watch all that if y'all want. But just one or two parts that I saw that I want to cover. There's Mr. Let Go was there. I'm sorry. Mr. Let Go was there. Y'all know who Mr. Let Go is. Sharon, what up? Yeah, no, Sharon had his show earlier today. I was in and out listening there, and I heard Trigger Mike was going at it with Taz. And I ain't gonna lie. Taz said some real stuff on that show. I ain't gonna lie, he did. He said, you gotta look, if y'all not gonna stand with the youngest, they ain't gonna never respect the old heads. He's not lying about that. He's not lying. I still think you might have to change your hairstyle, a little conformity, but that's a broader conversation. Okay, that's just a small spot. But it was a cool show. So shout out to Sharon. Y'all can find that man pretty much working every single day, every morning before a lot of y'all even wake up. Okay. Now, a lot of y'all on the East Coast, so y'all probably be awake, but on the West Coast, it's kind of early, and a lot of y'all be sleeping late. Okay. One guy I was working with. Well, we're not direct peers, but he works part of the company, but different area, right? And he be waking up like 45 minutes before work. I'm like, man, I'm just telling you, he don't live that close. And he kind of like skateboards to work and stuff like that. And I'll be like, I don't know how you wake up so late, man. I don't understand these people. I like to be up early, ready to roll. Okay. So not as early as Cheeky Banner. Okay. Cheeky Banner be up crazy times in the morning. I'm like, why is this? Because he goes to sleep early. Like a smart man. Cannot knock him for that. But I want to talk about that. Just one piece of that, because I think we want to extract some of that information. I want to discuss something that I saw and heard on an insert, a small video, like a small little clip of the Saint in the Center. There was a back and forth exchange that I thought was, we may have to review that. What else did I see? And just a little bit, I want to show you guys, and we may start there, right? We're going to start off on Madame Noir, okay? Because she dropped another clip. And I actually had a whole bunch of things lined up for AOC that we didn't get to the last show, so I'm going to push that. I'm going to push that and figure that part out. But yeah, we always in the lab. So I'm not sure where I'm going to start, but you know what? I'll start with which way do we go? I don't know. How many of you guys actually watched the show? Did you guys watch the Lucky Marie show the other day? Did you guys catch that? I know some of y'all caught that late. They was cooking. They was cooking up over there. I know a lot of other people are doing their thing today, so it is what it is. We're going to do what we do. But I want to cover the reason why is because it's Mr. Let Go. All right. Mr. Let Go came on Fight Club a long time ago. I'm just telling y'all this now. Y'all might not know, but Mr. Let Go made one appearance on the Fight Club. Just one. Okay. And it was short-lived. Okay. His introduction to Fight Club was just like that. Immediately introduced to the Fight Club. Okay. So I'm just telling y'all that now. And I obviously he's on Lapeef. He's on that show. But some of the things I was listening to, I was like, man, do not let me on that panel. Let me just chill. Because I don't mind sitting back just listening. Because I've heard all different perspectives on arguments. But I'm just telling you now, that guy. Yeah, Matthew, you remember he got that work Immediately. But shout out to Mr. Let Go. He does a lot of work on these YouTube streets, these social media streets. He's hardworking, man. He does what he does. So I don't have any problems with him. I just, some of the stuff he says, I just disagree. It is what it is. No, these people crazy. Cook me on the panel? Unlikely. It's highly unlikely you cook me on a panel. Most people cannot. Most people have their own issues with dealing with themselves, right? This is what I've experienced being on YouTube. I've experienced a lot. You guys are watching me experience this stuff, but I went from knowing absolutely nothing about the internet and YouTube to learning everything and all the time and all different experiences. Let me tell you what happens. People don't really cook me on panels. What you have is people who are smarter than me, which are upset because nobody acknowledged how smart they are. That's what I've noticed. People that are smarter than me, they're upset at me, not because I did anything to them, not because I know them, not because we ever had a conversation. It's because other people don't recognize how smart they are. They mad at me. I didn't do nothing. Go be great. Go be great. And I'm gonna get right into the show today. I want to show y'all 2 clips from my IG, and then we're gonna go straight to Madame Noir. And I just want to show you a quick reason why Mr. Let Go have problems. A lot of people say they're smarter than me, Venus, and I don't mind. I just don't know why they have like such a strong vendetta to prove that they're smarter than me. I've already conceded. You're smarter. It ain't gonna make you no money though. Ain't gonna make your life better just being smarter than me. They ain't gonna change nothing. But if you want YouTube to know you're smarter than me, good luck. But no, you're not really gonna see me get cooked, because to be honest with you, I really have conversations with people. I'm not trying to cook them. They always trying to get me. The problem is, in the midst of the conversation, they say something crazy, and I'm like, that ain't gonna work. And I will just challenge it a little bit, but I don't have to call you an MFer. I be seeing people on these panels. I'm like, dang, how you gonna cuss somebody out because y'all disagree? But it is wildly entertaining for you guys, so it ain't gonna stop. And actually, I was watching Hat Panel earlier, and I think what happened was this. They were discussing, what did they discuss? Yes, they were talking about, I think comedian Q said it. She said, men that argue with women are emotional. Look, Matthew looking to get timed out today. I ain't touching that battle. I ain't get cooked. This is the thing, right? On a panel, this is what you do. Or I'm gonna give y'all some insight. You let somebody win a small back and forth, right? You let them have that, because they be like, then they feeling good. Oh, he gave it up to me. Cool. Yeah, I'm doing my thing. Oh, yeah, dang, you is right about that. I'm off. And they be like, I got him, right? Always let them win the little battles. Oh, yeah, you got that. Dang, you right. Yeah, you got that one. Let them win that. But when it comes to the haymakers, that's when you got to show up. All you got to do is show up to the haymaker battles. I concede all these small concessions and things that are trivial at best in the midst of the conversation. But when it comes to the haymakers, people don't drop no haymakers. They don't. They was talking about, oh, that's what they was talking about. Internet warriors or keyboard warriors or something like that, right? And nobody's experienced keyboard warriors more than me. At least not within the last couple years. In our small space outside of the big YouTubers, us small creators down here, nobody experienced these keyboard warriors more than me. They are the toughest people. And they were discussing like how they fake and they not really tough. And I tell people all the time, I don't act tough. I ain't gonna argue with you back and forth, say I'm gonna do something. Because I personally think you crazy. Arguing through a computer screen about hurting somebody. I think you crazy. But it is wildly entertaining. It is wildly entertaining. So I accept it. The only thing I don't like that comedian Q said, and I say we disagree on this, is that if a man is arguing with a woman, it's not because he's emotional. The man arguing with a woman is not because he's emotional. It's not. See, What I found is this. I've had major, multiple, many, mass conversations with women, and I listen. And you know what? Venus is here. She can tell you. She gets mad, and Venus gets very upset, and she has to count to 30 to calm her emotions. 1, 2. That's how she does it. She counts in her head to 30 seconds to calm her emotions down, right? Sometimes she says, these men don't see us as human beings. Sometimes she says that. And I want to tell the ladies is that you guys are having an internal battle with confusing if men see you as human beings. The fact that they argue with you is because they see you as a human being. That's why they're not emotional. That's why they're not emotional. So if a guy see you not as a human being, then he gonna treat you like that. But if you're arguing with me and I'm arguing with you, and your argument is this, you're a man, you're emotional because I'm a woman and you arguing with me. Well, now you're trying to separate us from viewing you as just another human being. Now you want us to view you in a different light. You want us to adjust that. And the problem that you're going to have, which we're going to get into, Mr. Let Go and all this type of stuff, is the OGs, the old heads, y'all grandmothers, great grandmothers that ultimately lied to y'all or told y'all the truth, that gave y'all this information about exit strategies and can never fully trust a man and all these things. What men have found out is that y'all trying to pigeonhole, y'all trying to put us in a chokehold where you're not really choking us, but you're also not letting us you're trying to do that, trying to get us caught up, and we're not falling for it. Okay, we not about to let y'all get away with us tying one leg behind our back, which you probably can't do because most of us are not flexible like that, and trying to say it's an equal race. Y'all ask for a level of equality when it's beneficial for y'all, and then when we acknowledge that y'all doing that to us, y'all say, well, you just a man, just deal with it. Well, the answer is you're gonna have to call us sassy. If y'all think we about to fall for the same games y'all did to grandpa and them, you're wrong. Y'all just gonna call us sassy because we not, just like y'all not accepting things, we not gonna accept things. And I don't care if all these old heads, these OGs that now they got some money now, which is cool, they gonna say things like, we don't care what women think, we just do what we do because we men. But you paying for their hair, you paying for their nails, you providing for them, but you don't care what they think. I don't believe you. You just sound like that because now you got enough money to where you can kind of talk a little bit like that. But everybody that no. So we not falling for that. These women ain't about to trick us. They not about to play us out our money. They not about to have their own money, keep it in their pocket and say a real man to let me keep my money and just spend all his money. We not falling for none of that. Absolutely not. See, y'all have this exit strategy and we get exit strategies too. We get backup options too. So we get chicks on the side. We should have chicks waiting, just all these things. If y'all want to be able to make y'all money, we spend all our money to basically balance y'all life out too. So that way when y'all leave us ultimately, because y'all believe you're going to leave, because that's the just in case money, that y'all life don't actually take much of a hit. Just our life. No, it's problematic. And we navigating these waters on trying to figure that out, right? So we're going to get to that. And for example, this young lady in particular, I just want to show you the type of things that young ladies will say. And it typically works, but it won't work on us. It won't work on us, right? Now, I know what you're thinking. Is that the same lady? Is that the same lady in the background? The answer to your question is, let's take a look. I don't know if that's the same lady. I don't think they're the same. I like curly hair. But I want you to listen to what she said, okay? She said that this is the title. Most men don't believe that women are intelligent. Yes, see? Most men don't believe women are intelligent. Cheeky been saying women are very intelligent. I've been saying they can be very intelligent. Sometimes. Take it how you take it. Listen to what she said.
Most men do not think that women are intelligent. They think that women have the potential to be malicious, which is interesting to me because malice requires a certain level of intelligence. So they think that women can be malicious, but they don't think that women are intelligent, which is why most men don't understand when women are joking, because jokes require a level of intelligence.
No, we don't understand when you're joking because y'all not funny. Ladies, I love you. I have not met one guy, not one guy in my chat that said, "Yo, man, my girl funny." Y'all not funny. Y'all not funny. Y'all can say something funny every now and then, but y'all not funny. You're absolutely not funny at all, okay? Hey, Love C, you're absolutely not funny. No way. So I'm not falling for that. You're not funny, okay? That's part of the reason why we don't laugh, because you're just not funny. You may not believe us, but most men, I'm just telling y'all the truth, have never said, hey, yes, my girl is funny. Yes, Raw B is funny. That is true. But she's a content creator, and that don't really count. Plus, she from New York. You know how that go. So I'm just saying they not funny. That's all I'm saying. So if you think being funny is part of having a level of intelligence, and you think we can't identify when you're being funny because we don't have a level of intelligence, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work.
So they just kind of assume that women are not intelligent, which is a part of that whole. They think that women are not real people. And so whenever something occurs that forces men to be aware that women are actually sentient, I notice that they get really triggered. I think that's like the core part of what's going on in the comment section of that video I made about like, okay, if you're going to casually date, here's how to make sure you don't get lost in the sauce and how you can casually date in a way that you get what you need out of the relationship. Men are like, wait, whoa, women are capable of being intelligent, being aware of what their needs are and getting that out of me. Freak them the fuck out. Like they think you're smart enough to do things for them, to be a tool, to be impressive to other men, but they don't think that you're smart enough to want things for yourself. And whereas there are dangers to playing into patriarchal thinking, honestly, that's always been really beneficial for me. Like when I take my ego out of it, I'm a very self-sufficient, self-contained person. And so a lot of times all I need is for people to get out of my way, not necessarily to join or support me. And because men think women are not intelligent, a lot of men don't try to get in my way. And they're very confused when I surpass them in the workplace.
Now, listen, the reason why this doesn't work is, why are you worried about getting our level of approval? If you believe that men don't think women are intelligent, right? You think you about to change our mind? If you believe that, you think you have the capabilities of changing our mind? I'm gonna be honest with you, you don't. Now, the guys in the chat, they'll tell you, yeah, my woman is smart. Yeah, my woman is smart. Their woman is smart. But they're not gonna tell you they run into a bunch of smart women. They're not gonna tell you that. Just like women aren't gonna tell you they run into a bunch of smart men. Everybody talks about how it's a rare thing, or I've met a few smart guys, but the rest of them are bums living on their mama's couch. Why is that always the experience? These guys are bums living off of a woman and living on their mama couch. Is that the only type of guys y'all can attract? Scary. Scary. But that's how she feels. How old is this woman? I have no clue. If I had to take a guess, she said I'm passing up people in corporate America. I'd put a range on her from anywhere from 27 to 34, maybe 33. I don't know. It's tough to tell, but I don't think that she's only been in the workforce for 2 years. I'm sure you ain't passing up many people in 2 years. I hate to tell you. She look kind of old to y'all too. I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad that one thing I don't like is going on a woman's Instagram and every freaking post that she has is a filter with makeup on. I really don't like that. I just be searching like, just give me one picture with no makeup on. I'd be like, man, going around like, I seen this one girl page randomly, right? Because when I'm on my Explore page, it just search, and I'm like, and somebody said, oh my God, you're so beautiful. I'm like, I'm like, you know what? She don't look half bad. So then I say, but then again, she could be tricking me. So I hit the page and nothing but filters and makeup on. Not one single picture without makeup. So my thing is, I don't trust none of them. I don't trust not one single woman that don't have a picture with no makeup on. I trust none of you. Okay. Now, the thing about what she's saying is that there's a level of intelligence. I think women are intelligent. A lot of men can acknowledge this, but for you to believe that you're intelligent and your intelligence tells you that men don't think women are intelligent shows you don't know men very well. And it shows that you are in a workplace. You are in a workplace around men that you don't either see as intelligent. Because are you telling me you see intelligent men, but they don't have the ability to identify if you're intelligent or not? Matt said, I agree with the super chat. Super chat said from GBGville says she looks stressed the F out. No, she just didn't do her hair. She just didn't do her hair. And I actually admire that about her, by the way. Because I'm gonna give a very fair perspective on this. I actually prefer her not to have no makeup on and let her hair just be. I'm fine with that. I actually prefer that. I don't like all that extra makeup and all that extra stuff to try to trick people. You already editing a video because she's not live streaming. She's not on her IG live. She's already editing the video. You know what I'm saying? So because she's editing, she's taking out part where she's probably stuttering. She's taking out parts where she's pausing to think and readjust what she wants to say. So she's already cheating, right? If you guys notice that. So she's placing a video which will allow her to make no mistakes and only put her in the best light of her ability to express herself. Let's just be honest. Because the real way y'all know if somebody is a really good comedian, the way I judge people are stand-up. If you don't have no stand-up, you can't be the top comedian. If you can't walk up, microphone on a stage in front of a live crowd and rock the crowd, you can't be the top comedian. You can do really, really well on scripted stuff on TV, the TV shows, all that scripted stuff where they write in the jokes, all that, cool. But if you can't rock the mic in front of everybody live, you are not the top comedian. And I'm going to tell you this. If I made everybody in my chat, just to debunk your point one more time, miss, and I don't know your name, but you seem like a lovely lady, okay? Just to debunk yourself one more time, because you said it takes a level of intelligence to be funny, right? In the chat, can y'all name off 5 female comedians that are actually funny? Don't play. Just drop it in the chat. Name all 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 female comedians that are actually funny. Don't struggle with this. Come on now. Don't let your girl down. All right. She got the natural hair gang. Please do not let her down. Drop them names. Let me see what we got. Let me see if I can get 5. Come on, let me see if I can get it. Come on now. It's ladies here too. Come on now. I know y'all when y'all watch comedy, it's some lovely women that y'all put on. Come on now, just drop the names. Come on. Let me see what I got. I got Moxie nominating herself. You not here. You a comedian. So let me see. Okay, so we got Monique. See, I seen Monique interview and it kind of humanized her a little bit to me because I'm objective. And so I kind of like Monique a lot more now. So I'm kind of torn. I ain't never watched her stand up. So I don't know if she actually got stand up. Jess kind of funny. Talk about Jess hilarious. She got her moments. She got her moments. Chelsea Handler cool because she was messing with 50 Cent. So, you know what I mean? As men, we got to acknowledge when they got love for us, they got love for us. Okay, so Chelsea Handler, I don't know if she has stand, but does she get in front of the microphone and shut it down? I heard people say Simone or Samora, whatever. I don't listen to her. I don't know. But that is a name that is constantly circulated. So people say Samora, so I can give y'all that because I actually hear that name a lot. Monique, I'm kind of torn on because I've not really watched stand-up from her. I've seen her on the Parkers, and I've seen her on movies and shows where she can be funny. I know she probably was the original queen of comedy. I don't know how that goes. Wanda Sykes, listen, I will concede if y'all got 5, y'all rocking with cool. But if I told y'all to name all 5 of the men, we know how fast this whole screen would flood, okay? So I just wanted to set the baseline of that. This is just how sometimes a lot of women try to win these debates and arguments by saying you don't look at me as human. You don't look at me as equal, all these things. And there's a problem for it. There's a problem, right? Wanda Sykes is funny. Sharon says, we might have to differ on that slightly. Okay. I'm not gonna drag this show too much. Y'all know me, I'm quick hitter with everything. What I'm gonna do is I really want to discuss this one real quick. I just have to do it. Listen to this real quick. I just have to.
I wish I would have taken out
What?
the coffee date statement.
No man can tell me how it makes sense for a lady to say no coffee dates. I don't want a man. At least you set too many barriers for you to get one.
In that clip, I said, he's like, yo, I only take women on coffee dates. It's an immediate no, lose my number for me. I was specifically talking about a person, a man, who, when inviting me on a date, he was like, I mean, so what do you want to do for a first date? I typically take women to like coffee. And I was offended by him saying, like, suggesting to me that we do something that he typically do, because I asked him to come up with the idea. If he had just said, let's do coffee, I'd have been like, all right, cool, where?
Right.
But the fact that he said, oh, this is like my copy and paste routine for all the women that I date, now I'm not interested.
Y'all heard that? Did y'all hear her? Now, she is a relatively successful woman. She's a really smart business lady. So we want to acknowledge that she already has her either self-esteem high, or she looks at herself as separating herself from other women, at least financially, right? I don't know if she look at it a different way, right? The only issue that I have is this. One, she said, if he would have just said, let's go to coffee, she would have not objected to it. The objection is the typical part. No disrespect. And I don't know what we're supposed to understand about this. When he says, I typically do coffee, you decided to take that and make it be what you wanted. For example, he said, I typically do coffee. When he go out, he drink coffee. What's wrong with that? Are you trying to tell him he needs to do something special because you're special? He don't know you. When you meet a guy, and some ladies know this, some of y'all already smart, right? Let me just tell y'all what y'all gonna lose with the guys in this other generation. This is what y'all gonna get. One, y'all gonna call us sassy, and I'm gonna tell y'all why y'all gonna call us sassy. Because we don't devalue ourselves. Just like y'all have value, we have value, okay? You may believe you bring more value to a date than we do. We don't believe that. So if we show up to a coffee date, we like, I don't even know her like that. She don't know me. Let me get to know her and not like do too much. And then also she could get to know me. That's how it goes. I know y'all think they cheap. What it does is this. Do you want a guy that is a pretty boy? The answer is no. Women don't like to deal with pretty boys, okay? And that might go into the next show because I've already got something for that. But they don't like to deal with pretty boys. Why? Because they take more time to get ready than you do. They take more time to get ready than you do. Y'all don't like that. So if his time is just as valuable and he don't know you, and your time is just as valuable and you don't know him, that's why y'all go on a coffee date. So he can figure out, hey, let me really talk to her and see if this is something important to me. And you can figure that out. He's also telling you that to see. Don't y'all, ladies, don't y'all like a humble man? Do y'all like when guys brag? My opinion is y'all don't. Y'all only like when guys stunt when it's necessary. Because sometimes you got to stunt. I ain't going to lie. Been on this internet watching other guys attack other guys, and I'm like, I agree. Just because you got money don't necessarily make you better than nobody else. However, if you broke and this guy got money and you want to argue and take shots at him, he gonna stunt on you. That's literally how it goes, because you go from having a conversation to competition. Also, we was just chopping it up. So now you want to talk that talk. He gonna talk that talk, and you gonna feel a type of way because you're not there financially, and him at that point financially. Now you're not trying to date him. He ain't trying to date you. Y'all not into each other. So he gonna win what he got to win with. You really can't win with nothing else. You can't. So that's why you argue that it caused that clash. Because like, yo, who you talking to? And then it get to that, you broke, you ain't getting money. Why are you wasting time arguing me? Why are you doing, especially these content creators, why are you doing streams about this person? Like you need to focus on other things, buddy. So all that stuff be coming up. But I think in a general sense, women tend to like humble men. Tend to, right? I hate to tell you, that is consistent with men like. We like unselfish, down-to-earth women who have above average qualities, right? Meaning, dang, she actually fine enough to where she could be a little, talk back-ish and think she all that, but she not even like that. That's what men like. They know you could do that because you got the looks for it, but you ain't even like that. Just like, a man got money, he could act this way, but he don't even act like. That's the same thing. So when you get offered a coffee date, this is something that you guys got to realize. Men just want to see if you gonna have a level of unselfishness and understanding and be humble enough to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go on this coffee date and you're gonna want me even more after that coffee date. You're gonna want to spend even more time with me after that coffee date. That's all the man looking for. Dang, I went to that coffee date. It was next time, yes. Listen, I know something about her. I can't hide behind no food and the order list and all this other non-trivial part to lead up to the food. Then he gonna be to really know, like, dang, she really do. But I guess y'all women don't realize the man is not the only one that is there to convince you, to teach you, show you about themselves. You are there too. You gotta convince this man. You have to have something that he desires to want to pursue beyond the coffee. That is why the coffee exists. Okay, not for all men, but for a lot of the men now. Y'all just think they broke. That's fine. I don't know what the relevance is if he's broke or not. You don't. How do you know you're gonna even want this guy? That's why that's a bad argument. Because you don't even know if you're going to want this guy. So why does it matter if he's broke or not? I'm sorry. But that coffee stuff, that's the part that really bothers me about that argument. That's the part. Now, it really is. So when I saw that video, and I know her because I've seen her from other videos about business and things like that. And let me be the first to tell you, I love a smart businesswoman. Me personally, because if it's up to me, I love to see a woman in a suit. Nice suit. I love business attire on women. I love sharp women. I do. I see a woman that's sharp, smart, like when the way she do what she do, I'm like, man, wow. I just do. So for me, you gain points. Now, does that mean a lot of guys going to experience that? Probably not. But a lot of guys like you in your baggy sweatpants, or if you wear, what's those things called? Those Jeremiah, I'm not pounder. I'm telling you what I like. I love women in a business suit. That's what I like. Now, the stretchy yoga pants and all that, fine. If you want to be in the stretchy yoga pants, go ahead and do that. Whatever. We used to that by now, okay? But just saying, you don't lose anything because you look good in a business suit, okay? I look at the women different. Some of y'all I like women in dresses, and I like business attire. I don't want to see women rocking Air Jordans. I'm sorry, I'm gonna just say it. I don't want to see y'all rocking Air Jordans and the spandex little stretchy pants all the time. All right, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of seeing that. Get out them Air Jordans and get a little bit more ladylike. You can do what you want, but I'm telling you what I see. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'll be like, dang, the J's and please, I'm not knocking the tomboys, because tomboys can switch it up. But when you turn the hat and you got the hat on and all that, you ain't young MA. You not young MA, okay? So be careful. Be careful. Ladies, y'all just don't know. If you are really smart and you really do that business game, when you got that business attire on, the guys that you would like, sometimes, I don't know if I'm a guy that some of these women, but that business attire is different, or wear a nice dress. Stay out of them yoga pants. Stay out of them. It's really the yoga pants that really bothers me. It's really the yoga pants. Stay out them yoga pants. Y'all done had enough. All right. It's got to be over with by now. Yoga pants got to be out. They got to be over with. That's just my assumption. Yoga pants have got to be done. There's absolutely no way yoga pants are still in style. Now, before I get to Mr. Let Go, right? We're going to get to him. Let me acknowledge my brother Shadow Dragon TV, gifted 1 membership to the GBG. Gang. 1 membership to the GBG. Shout out to Shadow Dragon TV, and shout out to my guy Hamp from This Might Be Risky, okay? Became a member of the GBG. Gang. Ham, what up? Dope show earlier. I was just discussing a little bit of this keyboard warrior stuff, but just touched on that a little bit. They're gonna go watch that show. Shout out to you, bro. But I'm done with the yoga pants, okay? Y'all women is done with the yoga pants too, okay? Now I'm gonna get into this video about Mr. Let Go. And this is actually a take that I have a level of agreement with him on before we get to the show. Before we get to that other thing, we're gonna talk about what he said in this clip that I actually have a level of agreement with him on, right? Because you got to show some love before you throw the dirt on. You know what I'm saying? Before you get the shovel on, show some love, all right? So that's what we're going to do first. Let me pull it up here, okay? That is Mr. Let Go. Y'all could tell because, and you know what's so crazy? Dang, me and him have the same name. Dang. I just thought about that. Dang. All right, so look, this is the video clip here. I'm gonna show you.
Let's get on to the mistakes that women are making on the dating scene, right? Is there a number one biggest mistake that we're making?
Yes. And it goes back to what I said. Feeling like the man isn't going to stick around. In my opinion, because I'm not a woman, so it's an opinion. In my opinion, I don't think women feel like the man that she's dating is going to stick around. She doesn't feel like the man that she's dating is going to marry her. And I think that's the reason why so many women want a man to take her out to the best restaurant, buy her something, do something extravagant for her, because in the back of her mind, or have a baby with him, because in the back of her mind, she feels like, and I'm not a woman, I'm just looking at from what I've seen, it seems like she feels like this ain't gonna last anyway. I know he's gonna leave. He's gonna cheat. He's gonna do this. So let me get the best or the most out of this.
Let's get.
So I agree with a lot of that, what he just said, okay? I think when it comes to these dates, the coffee dates and all this, I think women like, dang, he wasted my time. We're not going to be together. Let me get a steak out of him on the first date because he might not even stick around. I might not even like him. They want so much stuff up front immediately, right? And there's nothing wrong with do what you want, but because I do believe that they think most of these situations ain't going to work out. A man going to cheat eventually. A man going to walk out. Our relationship's not going to last. Most, in my opinion, most women have that mentality. And they can either cover it by saying one of two things. I tried to be with a broke man before. I ain't paying for another one no more. I tried it already. And that frustrates them because they tried something in which that's not what they think they should be doing. And it didn't turn out to the experience that they want because now they're turned off by it, right? They're turned off by it, right? For example, guy, he didn't have no job. I did his resume for him, helped him out, was paying all the bills. He cheated on me after 2 years. They mad, right? So I'm not taking care of another guy. I'm not paying for that stuff, right? That is one thing that can happen. The second thing, right? If a man was to tell you, look, I paid all the bills for a woman. I did all the manly things and she cheated on me. So now I don't pay all the bills. That's not usually an answer in which we can take. We usually don't be able to have that answer, okay? So that's point number one, right? Now, the thing about it is this. I think women are going into situations, don't believe the relationship's going to last. They don't think they're going to make past the first date, second date. So they're trying to get everything up front and they rush things. And a lot of women will tell you they've rushed things. And now they want to try to take it slow, but they have no idea how to do it. So I actually think his take here was relatively good, okay? Venus, you agree with that?
Hey, Aaron, just passing through to say hey. I didn't hear it all, to be honest.
Oh, no worries.
But I'm listening.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I just wanted to show I just wanted to show him some love because now I'm going to review what he said on Lucky's show, okay? But before I do that, because he said something on Lucky's show, I want to review this part right here, and I want to show women what happens and what we see, right? So before we do that, I just got a small little from Madame Noel, okay? Just a small example that I want you to listen to here, okay? Now, on screen, I have no idea who none of these people are except for Notori, right? The 3LW girl, right? That's the only one I can recognize. The other women, somebody told me the one in the middle is the leader of, or is the one that run the Madame Noir show. Maybe her name is Madame Noir. I don't know, right? But I want to just play this small, I think it's like 45 seconds or something. And I want you to see just how quick something can happen. Check this out.
So yeah, I say all that to say, I think as women, and I've done this before, I've tried to think, okay, well, I can get him to, if I just, if he just, no.
It's either in you or it isn't.
It's in you or it isn't, or you want it or you don't.
So I wanted to say 2 points real quick. I do not have children, and for everybody out there, I would like for you to think about when you talk to people that don't have children, because a lot of times I say that and they're like, why you don't have children? Why you don't want to? Or I've been involved with like 4 miscarriages, you know what I mean, in my life. So I just want people to respect that and say, you know, okay, do you have children? Yes or no? And then leave it at that. Don't be so nosy.
Yeah.
Now, first thing I want to identify is this one. He started off by being vulnerable, right? Women think vulnerability is a level of emotional intelligence sometimes, right? So he started off being vulnerable, right? And let me first say, I'm not saying he's not genuine at all. I'm not saying he's not genuine at all, okay? Because he very much might be. This has nothing to do with him. He's just a proxy for it, right? But he started off being vulnerable. He talked about something that impacts women, and it made that moment right there, right? Women will drop their guard in typical cases, right? Because most guys won't acknowledge that. Most guys won't express that. So when you get somebody that does express that, you view them differently, right? So hold on, Venus, don't worry. It's a little bit more in the clip before you respond.
Second part.
Which I'm sorry not to cut you off, but we never really think about the man when we think about the miscarriages and stuff like, and that you hurt just as equally, just as bad.
Yeah,
And
they're
I'm
obviously
sorry
more
about that.
connected with it, but it does. Like every time I talk to somebody, they're like, "You have kids?" I'm like, "Nah, why you don't have kids?" It immediately my mind goes to that. You know what I mean? I obviously don't say it right there. I don't want to make them feel bad.
No, that's an amazing
No, make
voice
them feel
to make.
bad.
I should.
Yeah, lean into it.
Yeah, you really should.
But how I was raised by my mother, single parent household, and it's probably the reason today that I have a black manager, a black agent. I work for the black female agent, black woman agent, black woman manager region. I work for these black women producers. Like that's always been what I show love.
Give it up for them because they've been P.O.P. hold it down, okay?
I feel like that's what I've been leaning towards, and why I always felt like I stayed kind of single throughout most of my life because I see what it is like to see women get played with, and I don't want to be on that side. So I try to let them know off the top, like, okay, this is where I am, this is where I'm at. I'm not looking for this. I am looking for that, and then we can go from there.
Can I introduce you to some of my friends?
Oh,
yeah, for real.
Are you available?
I mean,
no, and I'm
I'm
serious.
single.
I have like great, amazing female friends that always. I mean, some of the.
No, not you, Mouse.
Yeah, Mouse.
We said someone amazing.
Sorry. I'm not saying.
I go to church.
I didn't say that.
Don't let the devil get to you. Let's go.
But you just said you had enough women, so she was like, she don't need it.
Now he want the one.
You don't got no friends that ain't got no
There's
kids?
some quality. Yes, I do actually. But the mindset that this brother just articulated, I respect.
A lot of women will.
Venus, your thoughts?
I know on the surface it could seem like he is placating, like the title says, and he very well could be. There's no way to really know because we don't know him. But I wanted to ask why, if a man takes this perspective, do people automatically think he's placating and that he can't actually really feel that way? Why is that not an option?
It absolutely is an option. But the thing that I want to highlight is that, do you think this could be a possible form of manipulation? I'm not saying that he is, but it's
yes.
possible.
Yeah, for sure.
So the highlight for me, right? Because I'm not gonna put you on the spot because you don't necessarily divulge your thoughts yet. You already see the counter angle, right? So the point being is that if he's intelligent enough to know that women respond when you say nice things about them. Yeah, I don't like how women got treated. My mama's black, single mother. I work with only women. And then they all start clapping, right? Because they're supposed to love men. They're supposed to want a man that was raised with a father and all these things when it's convenient to put a man down. You ain't grow up with a father in your household. That's why you act like that. But because he's saying things that they like, and it sounds good. They're reading it to, she said, well, basically, look to your mindset. Let me hook you up with a few friends. You see how quick that was to drop her guard and start to put her friends at risk as somebody that could take advantage of them because one, he may be very much emotionally intelligent. He may be very much a manipulative guy. He may be being very genuine, but look how quick something is to happen in that moment instead of women being like, no, I need to wait and see. No, I need to examine more, et cetera, et cetera. That's how quick things happen.
I agree. Women are, it's unfortunate. This is my opinion. I think especially on the internet, Black women specifically are so used to hearing negative things and being torn down that is very refreshing when they hear a black man who isn't doing that and seems to be showing them some level of empathy. So I think you're right. Maybe the guard went down a little too quick, but that just speaks to like the current state of how much hostility comes our way, that as soon as some doesn't, it's like, oh my God, let me hook you up with my friend. Which could just be like you said, like one of the lesser evils. You could be a manipulator. We don't really know yet, but
they didn't want the other guy that went to church. They didn't want the other guy that goes to church. they didn't want him. You know what I mean? They're like, nah, because the guy, and by the way, this is not personal against him. I don't know him. I'm listening to the conversation and how I can interpret it different ways. I'm thinking to myself, okay, you was with a woman, something happened. Is she gone off the planet? Why you ain't with her no more? It's like, that's what I go to. I'm like, dang, so you had possibility could have been a parent and you ain't with her? I don't know. My mind goes to examine that. I acknowledge the hurt, right? Because let's be honest, most women don't give a damn about men's feelings, and we all get that part, right? They only care if they're your man. So we get that part. But I just think that it was interesting to watch this placating ability, and not saying that he is. Then I can watch it been done on other panels and go, And I saw a little bit of that the other night. Okay. I was watching Lucky Show. Okay. And I'm like, I'm listening to Let Go. And I'm like, I don't like when men do certain things. And Illa was up there. Illa was doing a good job at combating a lot of that stuff. And so I just kind of want to go over this part. And I know you was there too, because I think I saw you in the chat, but you was having a whole nother battle. Having a whole nother battle.
They won't leave me alone, Aaron. I'm innocent, man.
Yeah, you was having a whole nother battle. I don't even remember what happened. I just saw you in there. I was like, I be trying to chill. Sometimes I troll in the chat every once in a while. So every once in a while, if you see me in your chat, I troll just a little bit. But I'm not big on like chatting a lot because I'm really listening to the conversation and I'm really trying to understand. So he was just on the show. It was just some of the stuff that was going on. It was problematic in my opinion. Okay,
that's why I came, because I heard you say that, and I didn't find a problem with it. So this should be interesting.
Of course, you didn't find a problem with it. I know you didn't, because I saw you in the chat. Because you my homie. I saw what you was saying. I said, "Is that Venus?" First of all, we just left my stream, so I know she in a good mood. So we just left there. We going over here. Now I'm like, and I'm listening to Let Go talk, and I'm listening to what Illa is saying, and I'm like, Illa, for the most part, he's pretty correct. He pretty much right. The mentality that he's breaking down is accurate. They was cutting him off like crazy.
Oh, he was cutting Mr. Let Go off a lot too.
Yes, but the men cutting each other off is common. When a woman cuts a man off, it can be problematic, and that's the part that I think women don't care for, because it's taken two ways. It's like, if a woman want to cut you off, it's either she thinks she could punk you, right? Like, let me talk over you, right? Which is a form of emasculation. It's just a form of it. Could be, and you could genuinely not be trying to do that. Right. The problem is it puts a guy at a weird situation. Like, dang, do I let this woman kind of operate like that on me in front of everybody, or do I just have to mob on her like an angry man would do? Okay, angry man ain't playing. He gonna
what
mob.
About the other option? Like, I've seen masculine men, real like assertive, like, go, hey, sweetheart, I'm not done. Like, just there's also another way. It doesn't have to be go the hell off like angry man.
100% agree. But I think for angry man, shout out to my guy angry man, he has an ability to interpret what women are doing because he has a level of experience dealing with them. Not saying he's going to be right all the time, but if he says, I know what I'm dealing with right here. I was listening up, because angry man does listen. People don't really pay much attention.
No, okay, so that manipulation you spoke about earlier, let me say this. I think angry man is very smart. He understands people very well. Yes, and he understands the internet very well. And I think sometimes when he says that, he is purposefully putting that narrative forward about that person so that everything that they say after can be viewed as such, even when they're not doing that. And a lot of people do that on YouTube.
A lot of people on YouTube do paint narratives. I don't know the case that you're speaking to now. You would have to show me some evidence on it, because he's
done it to me, so that's how I know. Like, he'll put something on you that as if it's a fact, like, you just up here to such, and you're really not even doing that. So I seen myself firsthand how he will some people who view him will think, well, he has experience, he knows. He does not always know. He assumes a lot. And that could be a defense thing, because maybe people are used to, being attacked, whatever the reason is. But just because someone says, like, I know what I'm dealing with, they don't always know what they're dealing with.
I agree. And sometimes he does. Sometimes he don't. So I agree with that. But the part that you was agreeing with Let Go, because we know it's about money. Okay, I know it's about money. I'm there. Okay, I was listening. I'm like, but what was being said, because of the desires of somebody, they don't actually listen to the point, right? So we're gonna get into it here because there was a couple different areas. Because I think actually Illa did a good job of breaking down emotional intelligence and how oftentimes there's a conflation about men not being emotionally intelligent because we don't display and do it the way in which women are used to doing or how they identify it. and they don't do well at identifying how men emotional intelligence is displayed, and the men don't do well with identifying how women's emotional intelligence is displayed, right? So I think universally, I think emotional intelligence is saw more as a feminine thing, right? So that's what I think. I think that's how it's more. It's also, it seems women display it more or utilize it more because we often don't speak about the side and how men do enough, and it probably hasn't been examined enough on these panels. So I think he did a good job of breaking that too down, right? Once we got to the $50,000, you heard the $50,000, right?
Yes. Let me say for the record, I think there were things both of them said that I agree with, and I think at some point they were kind of having two separate conversations. I think, but you're gonna play it, right?
Yes, but if you have a timestamp that you are referencing in particular,
nah, I don't.
Okay.
It'll come up around the 50K thing, somewhere around there.
Okay, so we'll start here.
Because I just want to know, what is the negative response we get for saying we want black men to make more money?
So as are you talking about right around here about asking black men to make more money? Was it around this time?
Whenever he and Let Go had their back and forth, this is gonna lead to that, right? When she put them in the box.
Yeah, I don't know. It could have been before. I don't know, but I'm gonna just start here. We can go back and find it later, or
no worries.
To find it.
Why is it such a why you want us to make more money? Y'all don't want more money?
Now I'm just gonna say this. First of all, that young lady is laughing. Okay, I think it's laughable about
Sherelle. Look how pretty Sherelle is. Shout out to Sherelle, my boo. Sorry.
No, I'm talking about the woman that's laughing. Sherelle is smiling. The other woman is laughing. Okay, she's at the top. Okay, right next to bald head, Mr. Let Go. Okay, and Let Go got this big old, smile on his face. Okay, a little bit of a chuckle there, and Illa he not enjoying this right now because you see what they're doing. He's not enjoying this.
He got defensive. I didn't understand why.
I don't think he got defensive yet. So he may have, but I don't think right now, I don't see defensive. But let me read Big Bad Boy super chat. Shout out to Big Bad Boy. Says, you just nailed it. Most women expect for all of their relationships to fail after they give up on the stank box, which is why they try to milk it up front. I'm in agreement with you, Big Bad Boy. That's why they want everything up front. Where we going, 5-star restaurant? I'm not an average regular chick. I don't do this. Fly me out. It's like, dang, can I fly you out after 15 experiences? No, it's after 1 or 2. So Big Bad Boy is right. I don't know if they go into the box with the argument here, but we'll play it out. And somebody in the chat might have that time set, to be honest.
Yeah, no biggie. I'm following your lead, but it was around this whole conversation, so it's somewhere over here.
Got you. And Lauren is on the panel. Okay. Lauren don't come to my panels. All right. So it must be personal. But I think Lauren did a really good job at staying really balanced. I think Lauren has a lot of good questions and they don't get examined enough. And so hopefully, because I think Lauren is more balanced than not, and she has actually a good mindset when it comes to these differences that exist, and she's not for this side and for this side. Like some people I'm defending all men, and the women like I'm defending all women. She doesn't necessarily take those positions. So I wish that they're able to examine some of the things that she says a little bit more, but she's not as she's not as aggressive on panels. Okay, so let's get back to Illa and the lady laughing next to him. Okay,
I will pass that criticism along to the host. I think you're right. So yeah,
that's cool. It's cool. Now let's get to Illa's breakdown. Well, I think Lucky I don't know if she asked him the question, but why do the brothers get so offended when we ask them to make more money? And Illa's gonna break it down. Go ahead, Illa, take it away.
Go ahead, Illa. You go first. Go ahead.
First, I want to say before this, I think people can do what the hell they want. You know what I'm saying? My whole issue, I don't knock women for what they want. I don't knock men for what they want. What I think our problem is, people don't understand the tendencies and likelihoods and parameters of what they ask for. So in other words, if you want a high value man, hey, more power to you. Just know what comes with that. Just know what comes with dealing with that man, and when it doesn't go your way, don't come back and torch the whole community. Same thing with men. You want a certain type of woman that got a certain type of look, certain type of demand in the time we live in, you can have that. But if it don't go your way, don't come back and tear down the whole community because you didn't get the result you want.
Now look how Illa opened and took care of both sides. The initial statement, he took care of both sides. You could argue like a politician, but he took care of both sides. Boom and boom. Now he's going to go into the deeper point.
Go ahead.
I have a little bit of an issue
already.
Yes. So this is when, again, this happens a lot in these conversations. When she said make more money, she did not say high value man, right? And so and he's going to do it. I paid attention yesterday. A lot of time he's going to jump to the extreme when nobody said that. When she said make more money, it could be you are at 40. If you're at 60, that's more money. She did not say you have to be high value, but he went directly to the most extreme circumstance. And the same could be said for the men. If a man says, I just want my woman to be fit, doesn't mean, because he said if you want a certain type of what, like, that doesn't mean he's looking for an Instagram baddie, right? So on both ends, it just feels like he went to the extreme when I don't think that's what Lucky was meaning when she said make more money.
So I disagree, right? I think you have to take understanding that they're having a conversation about panel things, right? And realistically, me and you do this a lot. We both know that more times than not, the references to men that make a lot of money, more times than not, because if the argument is that you just want to make them a little bit more money, y'all saying $100,000 is broke. Y'all saying that ain't enough to live in New York. So y'all are making a lot of statements in which we hear into he's already taken that to understanding. So just a simple baseline, women are saying that they want high value men. Now they may just want the money and minus the other high value stuff, but it's the financial access. If a man makes 40,000 and they want to make 60,000, that is not what's being expressed at all. And anything beyond that, they're lying. So
well she just said more money though. She didn't say be a high value man.
Yeah, but he's going to break down the reasons why it's problematic, and that we'll get into it. But I'm just saying, I don't think he's been disingenuous. He's just doing what I believe most of us do. I know y'all talking about man that's making a lot of money, because that if it's not enough to move the needle, if 40,000 and 60,000 is really not that big of a difference. It's really because women, I've talked to countless of them, they don't understand money at all. How much money you need for 4 kids? I don't know. 170,000, I think. Well, okay, how much does this cost? How much is the overhead on this? They really don't have the numbers at all. So they're just expressing what they believe is reasonable, right? Based upon their anecdotal experience, which is fine. But when you put them on the spot, it's very difficult for most of them to answer. And I know they just want enough money to whatever our life is to be covered. That's what they really mean. Whatever our life is, whatever we're doing, I want enough money to handle that. They don't actually know the numbers or how to go about actually getting that done because they don't know specifics, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's what I'm saying. When Illa's saying, yo, 6 figures, okay, a guy making, he's basically saying a man that got money. And that's obviously can fluctuate from here. That's why I'm saying I don't think he's been disingenuous.
No, me either. I just think that happens a lot in the conversations. I notice you say one thing and the person who responds goes to the extreme. But like you said, because they're used to hearing certain talking points, that's where I think the assumption comes in. Then they assume that's what you're doing.
Yes. She actually asked the question properly. It was open-ended. That's a very good way to ask a question. I ask questions that way. But the more money, men hear one thing and women hear other things. I'm just going to tell you, in my opinion, if a woman says, I want men to make more money, you're talking about a certain type of man. So that it's a reasonable thought, because if just making a little bit more money was already in guys' mind, they would be doing it. So let me just go to his breakdown. So he covered the first 2 parts, the men's side, extreme side, with that, and the woman's extreme side, right?
And tear down the whole community because you didn't get the result you want. That's my whole thing. I think a lot of us, we say what we want, and then when they go our way, oh, these chicks ain't this or these dudes ain't. It's like, oh, you chose what you wanted. You rolled the dice for 5% man, and you thought he was going to focus strictly on you, and it didn't go that way. So to deal with that. But as far as wanting a man to make money, it's not that it's a problem. I'll give you an example. I met a woman who said, she was like, yeah, I don't mind if a man makes 60,000, but I need him to make 100. My issue is when a woman is telling a man what's not good enough for his life. Because if you want luxury and vacations and all that, you go do that. Unless you're willing to take and come and be a partnership and say, hey, baby, it's one thing to say, what can you do for me? And it's another thing to say, what can we do for each other? And a lot of women don't come into it with that. Okay, I make 80, you make 70, let's bust this move. I'll make this. They're saying, well, I'll make this and I need you to come up to this point. When women come out like that outright, that's your prerogative. It's just not going to get a response from a man that's going to make him want to love you and be with
you.
Yeah,
I know I see it. You disagree so far?
For the most part, no. I forgot the thing he said where it was kind of like, oh, I just think
it's going to lead up into the point that you're referencing. What he's
Yeah.
saying and what let go is not eventually not going to catch is he's saying you're coming to a man and saying I need you to make more money. Like you already coming to a man that's making money and saying, "No, I'm gonna need you making 60. I'm gonna need you to make 100,000." That's what he's speaking to.
But that's okay. That's what, first of all, when he said you're coming to a man telling him what's acceptable for his life, that's not what's happening. She's saying what's acceptable for you to be in her life. That's number one. Because nobody can tell you what's acceptable for your life. But her thing is, if you want to be with me, this is what the same way a man can say, if you want to be with me, you need to look like such and such. He's telling you what's required for you to be around him, right? So she's saying, just his wording, like you telling the man what's acceptable for his life. No, she's telling that man what's acceptable if you want me in your life.
Question.
Right?
Question. If a woman is 290 pounds when you meet her, is it a man's right to be like, yo, you need to lose that weight now? We've been together for like 2 months. Start losing that weight. Is that reasonable?
I think it is.
Okay. Would you agree that most people would say she was like that when you met her?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's what Illa is touching on. He was making 60 when you met him. Like, if it was a problem, you should just left him alone. That's what he's speaking to, in my opinion, right now. It's obviously going to transition to another part of the conversation in which you want to discuss more, I think. But that's what I'm getting so far, right?
Wait, but I want to agree with the part that I did agree with. I do agree with him here when he said women aren't coming on some what can we do for each other. They're just coming on some what can you do for me. I agree with him with that. I think there's a lot of conditioning, with the whole like what's the word when you want to pursue higher people who earn more than you. I forget the word. The whole thing like men. Yeah, the hypergamy, it is a real thing, right? And then the conditioning of like men are typically providers in some way, right? So I think because women kind of grow up thinking that, he is right. A lot of people, I'm not going to say every woman because every woman doesn't do that, but a lot of women will come just very focused on herself, right? Instead of like, what can I do for you? So I think he's spot on with that part.
I just came to do a quick little drive-by. It's one thing. The reason men got a problem with it because it's what she wants you to do. It's no we in that. It's not what we can do as a team. Hey, I believe we can grow our income up 20, 30%. Men don't have a problem when you want to participate. Most women just want to participate in the reward, not actually the work part to increase the income. And that's the problem that men have.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Like that's why I like business. When a woman come to me and say, "Hey, I got this investment deal that we can invest in." Word? Oh, okay. But when she come in, you need to make more investments. You need to buy us a rental property and stuff like that. Like, oh, it changed the dynamics a little bit. Okay, let's continue on because either man think he do drive by like he Kylie Bev now. No,
he gonna come back.
he ain't Kylie Bev.
It might make him say that, okay, maybe I can get something out of her. But if you want this loving, fulfilling husband, coming at him, telling him what he need to make, especially if you're talking to a man who makes enough money to at least pay his own bills, have his own place to live, has his own vehicle, who are you to come into his life when he doesn't need anything from you to tell him he needs to make more money? It's kind of insulting. So I think if women thought a lot more about it, this is a way to say, hey, baby, inflation is getting up. I got some ideas where we can make some more money, where we can. That's the whole different vibe. The men is with that, but that's not what women are doing. They're saying, "Yeah, I see you making this, but I need you to do this and do that." It's about the spirit of the perspective, and it's just nasty. So it's never what you do; it's how you do it. You know what I'm saying?
So I think Let Go's about to go now. So far I'm in agreement with it. Women don't understand inflation. So if you come to me, inflation hitting us, All right, what is inflation? Well, it's when things cost more because it. Okay, but what is real inflation? You're not smart enough to answer that question.
Value of the dollar goes down.
The
That's all
value
I
of the
know.
dollar goes down, yes.
Yeah, and things cost more. That's all I know.
The cost of goods increased, the cost of business in general increased. All that, but that's not the point. The point of it is she has to come to you. You know, inflation went up, so we need to form a strategy around how we can adjust inflation, increase our income, etc., etc. The problem is it's so separate, but you like either man says you want to swim in the proceeds. You want me to build this part about it, and you want to swim in the proceeds. And my issue with women is that argument is always come down to is you a man. But when we want to tell you you a woman, we get the biggest pushback in all of history.
I have a little bit of a problem with what he said in a way. When he said the woman should come like, "Hey baby, I have an idea." It's unfortunate, but most women are looking for you too. That's kind of leading, right? Like if I come, "Hey Aaron, I have an idea." So then she's looking for you to lead and
Nope.
like in that situation.
That's the
Yeah.
problem. That's the problem. You are right when you say you're looking for him to lead, right? I get that part. The problem is y'all don't get an opinion, or we don't need to listen to y'all, because if you say women just want to be heard, women want to have the option. Like when I played the video the other day, I don't know if you was here. The man, his mom was having life-threatening surgery that she needed to take, or and he spent all the life savings and didn't tell his wife about it. A lot of people were saying no, she needs to be informed, she needs to have an opinion on etc. You don't need to have an opinion on nothing unless you come in to help with something. Unless you like, why do I need to listen to your ideas and take that into consideration if you're not bringing no ideas, if you expect all of them to come from me? That's what my problem is with that. I agree with the leadership part. Like, you'd rather a man be like, yeah, I already got it done and all these things. But the problem is, if y'all want to be admired for your intelligence, if y'all want to think y'all bring something to the table and y'all actually can be smarter, and a man need to be able to recognize you're better at something in some areas, you don't get a man that's great in every area and you don't have to actually produce. If you are intelligent enough to know what inflation is and you know how to combat it, you need to bring that idea. And if he tells you, nah, I don't like your idea, I don't want to do it, you have much of a better argument. But just hoping that he'll just figure it out because he's a man, it actually lowers your value. I know how to do all this stuff. I can do all this stuff without you. What do I ever need to listen to your input for anything? So that's the part.
Because I think a person, ideas have to be like crafted, revisited. You have to explore pros and cons and risk assessment and all that, right? So I mean, not one original idea means like you have all the answers. You might have a great idea, then you might need either man's help to help with certain finance parts, right? You may need Sherelle's help for like distribution. You may need, so I mean, I don't think just because you have the idea necessarily that's the end all be all, but you are the one taking the lead though, in my opinion. Like you're the one who came up with this.
The problem is, if you're an accountant, if my girl's an accountant, my girl's a CPA, she's a financial advisor, whatever the case is, running to me saying, because you're the leader, well, I picked a CPA. I picked a financial advisor. You see what I'm saying? It's like, this is your time to shine. That's why I said, if a woman come to me and say, I have an investment property idea, like Eda Man talked about an example before, then it starts to show her immense value. You see what I'm saying? It's like, I understand you want him to be intelligent enough to understand what you're expressing to him. I get that part. But if you're intelligent too, you get to bring that aside. You go ahead and bring that out. That's all I'm saying. If you want a man just to fix things because he the man and you a man, that's just how it's supposed to be, you're gonna start calling men sassy because they demand more now. Just like y'all have demanded more, they demand more. You don't just make money and a man just be a man. Demands have altered. It's not one way. That's all I look at it. All right, let me get back to Mr. Let Go selling his cards.
Now, let me answer the question. I totally disagree with what Illa said. No, man. Like, niggas be broke.
Now, look at that. Let's look at that right there, right? He, as a man, said guys be broke, right? Now, maybe he's never been broke before. I don't know. None of my business. All the women decided to laugh at that moment. Now, let me just tell you something. In my experience, if you're not messing with no broke guy, you're not dating no broke guy, your response is, because what I hear is this. I don't know what type of people y'all around, but all the women I'm around, stand-up women that got degrees. They about something. So where all these broke guys that y'all experiencing, if y'all shouldn't even be around those people, or if you know these men are not broke. Because if you think they broke, why are you fighting something that ain't gonna change? That's one, because you understand why they're broke. And it could be a part of being lazy, but there's other things involved as well. But the fact that they all laugh says that they're excited about acknowledging and talking down on a man that is broke. Whether he's single and broke, whether he got a girl and broke, look at the excitement. Guys be broke. That's laughable to them. They think it's funny.
I think they laughed because most women had an experience with a broke man. So it's like, damn, I could see the truth in that because we've all run across a situation. And so what you're saying about where all these men with the money, you guys can't on one hand quote the national average median salary around like 50K, I think last time I checked, and then go like, why aren't you around the guys with the money when clearly most don't have all this money?
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I'm going to add on to that even more, but I want to let Mr. Let Go get out why he think guys is broke. Okay, listen to his explanation. Okay, I'm gonna let him say it one more time so Fantasy can laugh.
Oh man, like niggas be broke. I and this ain't wait. This is not about Illa.
Now, that's where you think he was triggered, correct?
Yeah, he got a little defensive right here. I don't know why, because he wasn't talking about him. But then again, he was refuting his point.
See, so it's kind of reasonable, and he could have got triggered, but I think it's not because he's broke, right? I think the response is he don't like men readjusting what broke is, right? Because all y'all have this idea of what broke is, and a lot of y'all can't really explain it, because I can make an argument if you tell me the medium income or whatever the case is, right? Because in my opinion is this: rich people should be with rich people, broke people should be with broke people. If your argument is the median income is 45,000, I'm just going to throw that out. It could be 50. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's like 50 something now. Mm-hmm.
Let's just say it's 50, right? If that's the argument, women are with those guys. They broke together. That's who you're supposed to be with. You don't get a man that got 150,000.
What about the women who are out earning men though? A lot of that perspective. No, I can't say a lot. Some of that perspective comes from women who are dealing with men who make less than them, and that's why they feel that way.
Well, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to women out earning men because we haven't got there just yet.
And this ain't wait. This is not about Illa. I said niggas.
No, I know. I never said it was. I'm living good. Okay. What I'm telling you is, we're not talking about a man who's obviously impoverished. You're talking about a whole different man. We're talking about a man who's actually sustaining himself. He's not broke. The problem is, hold on. The problem is a lot of these men think like women because they don't know how to deal with women without in an objective manner. So a lot of men think that because women like me because of my money, that means that's what women like. No, that's what you have to do to get women to be around you. But some women actually like men for who they are. So just because you may spend a lot of money, hold on.
I got a point. I just got to say something real quick.
Wait, after let them get it out.
Because like you just told me,
Aaron.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Real quick, this was the part I didn't. Okay, so when Illa gave his answer, because he answered 1st, nobody stopped him. Let Go got like 4 words out. I just want to point that out.
I 100% agree with you. I understand. That's why when you say, I think that kind of triggered him. I get it, and it may have triggered him, but it's not for the same reasons that people may believe. You see what I'm saying? Maybe because he ain't getting money like that. That's why it triggered. A lot of people might think that. I think that he doesn't like the narrative that's been painting around broke, and he's combating that. Not so much.
Fair enough. I'm not calling him broke. I don't know that man. I was just saying when he gave his answer, whether let go agreed or not, he let him give it. And so that whole thing about him not being interrupted was like when I came around here, it was him who kept doing it. But that's just me being petty. But
Yeah.
anyway.
So the thing is, that could be true, but I've seen him like a couple times. He's relatively patient, calm with his response, and he does listen to people in their entirety in most cases. And this back and forth, right? It was because I disagree with you, right? So sometimes we say I disagree with you, and then you go on. That's normal with back and forth conversations. But I do agree in this moment, it's kind of unfair to highlight it on him. We are the 2 hours in the show. We know that everybody else did it, and then we also saw right before this happened, 4 people saying, "Let me go, it's my turn." So we saw a little bit of everything, but in this moment, it's obviously a little bit more blatant that what he did stands out more. I can
Yeah, because all he said was niggas be broke, and it was like no, because like all right, let him get his point out. Like they let you.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
After let them get it out.
Because like you just told me, it's not about me. Cool. It's not about you either. So you don't have to sit here and talk about a broke dude. We already know a broke person can't do anything. But the problem is we have redefined broke as not being able to pay for you and everything you want and everything in your heart desire. That don't mean the man is broke.
So let me get this. You said a man that can sustain himself, that is broke. And the reason why I say is broke, hold on. See, if a man can sustain himself, say himself is living in a 1-bedroom apartment as an example, and he could pay all his bills, that's cool. You don't need no woman because you can only sustain yourself. So when I say niggas is broke, it's literally because of that. They can only sustain themselves.
See, once again, that don't mean you broke. And that's the problem. And I think that's what give me 1 second. I'm getting a call. One moment.
All right, guys. Well, I'll keep you entertained while Aaron takes his call. But it seems like a lot of you agree with Illa. Is that the vibe in the chat? Most of you guys agree with Philosophical about a man is not broke because he can sustain himself. I guess I could agree with that. Maybe we can't call that person broke if they're able to pay their bills and sustain their lifestyles. Then I agree. We can't call that broke. Maybe he should rephrase it to like you're maybe not in a position to take on a woman. Maybe that could be a different perspective. Oh no. Because yeah, I agree. You're not broke if you, let's be honest, most Americans can only sustain themselves, right? So by that definition, are most of us broke? So I get it. So yeah, maybe not broke. That might be the wrong word, but I think is it okay for people to, do you guys think it's okay if all you can do is sustain yourself? Is it okay to get into a relationship where you're gonna date, you're gonna be buying things for people? If you're trying to be serious with someone, a family might eventually be a thing. Like, is that okay? I mean, I don't really know. I'm kind of with Aaron on the if you're broke, date broke. Like if you make 50K and a woman make 50K, if y'all get together, it's 100K. So I don't know. I've been in on the fence with this because, like I said, there are things that Illa said that I genuinely agree with, and then there are things that Let Go said that I agree with also. I think they were both making good points. But I mean, yeah, just personally, if you know you could barely afford to do any extra social activities, you're living paycheck to paycheck, maybe that might not be the best time to be trying to date. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys think it's okay to date when you're like just getting by? T.O. said to take on a woman, ain't women grown? Don't y'all make money now? Y'all the leaders. Let's be honest. When men get into relationships, y'all spend money. Women spend money too. But I don't, well, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Are you guys getting into relationships without spending money? Like, is that a thing? Even if it's like extra gas in your car, going to see her, buying her lunch occasionally, like whatever, take her to the movies, like basic stuff. But the reality is you are going to be spending money. for the most part. So it's not unrealistic to say to somebody, you know what? You might not be in a position to date right now. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that on both ends. Like if you're a woman and you don't have your ish together, it might not be the time to date, because if you can't show up as your best self, then you're already starting off on a bad foot, right? It may not be money for the woman, but it might be something else. You got a whole lot of issues going on. You on your little weight loss journey, whatever it is, it may not be the best time for you. That's my opinion. Damn. Why are you saying that? Sock Passe says men spend money, women buy socks and a gift card. That's not true. Y'all know how much money I spent on my ex, okay? I was spending money, all right, on him and his daughter. You know what I'm saying? That's not true. Like, women spend money. I'm not going to say women spend more money than men. I don't think so. But women spend money. Sometimes if you're coming over, you're like, oh, babe, I'm already out. You want to eat dinner? I mean, what do you want for dinner? You'll pick up dinner for him. You randomly buy him like sweatsuits or shirts or things that you think are nice. You want to go somewhere. I want to go to virtual reality world. I'm just going to buy these 2 tickets while I'm at work and tell him about it later. Like, women be spending money. I gotta stop acting like women don't spend money. You know what I'm saying? Tony Golden, I agree. It's not about what I do, but so okay, men, be honest with me. You guys don't have women who spend money on you, like outside of socks and basic underwear, like outside of Father's Day or birthday. Y'all don't have women who occasionally might take you to the movies or buy you some dinner. Thank you, Lauren. Lauren, if you can hit the link, because Aaron said you don't come to his panels and he wants to know why. So come show Aaron some love if you can. He said he likes your perspectives. You seem very balanced on the show. He stepped away for a moment, so I'm just trying to keep the people entertained. Thank you, Mother J. You're a tourist like me. I know you be spending money. We're very generous, right?
All right, man.
Aaron, you're back.
Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, man. Anyway, I missed what you were saying because I had to try to make that call quick. But I heard a little bit. Should you be dating while you're broke? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I had to keep the people engaged. I'm here for you.
We all gonna date while we broke because we bad. That's what we do. Okay, it's just normal. Okay. I think LA Project says y'all like the show. Of course, yeah, of course. We're gonna highlight it and bring visibility to it. Of course, no problem. And plus, it's Mr. Let Go, and any chance I get, I'm gonna take it. But yes, let me get back to this video where Venus is excited about him saying that they broke. Okay, let me get back.
You can only sustain yourself. So when I say niggas is broke, it's literally because of that. They can only sustain themselves. When women say men need to make more money because they had the ability to make babies or they want a baby, right? Or you know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is there's nothing wrong with living in a 1-bedroom apartment, but say you live in a 1-bedroom apartment and you make $70,000 a year. You are broke in her mind because she's like, all right, what am I going to do with that? If me and him get together, I don't know his credit. Like why does he live here or there, bad neighborhood? Because some dudes will live in the hood because he can sustain himself in the hood. He may make good money, but if that's who he is okay with being, living in the hood or living in 1-bedroom, he is broke in her mind because she's like, she's looking to broaden their horizons. And
why you dating that man then?
Hold on, one last thing. Hold on. One last thing.
Saying, but why date that guy?
Hold on, bro. So as a leader,
you see that response. So why is she even trying to mess with him? That's her response. Why even try to mess with him?
Because women fall in love with potential. You like somebody, you get with them, you like other things about them, but then you notice like the finance thing might be an issue. So you're like, well, this can be worked on, this can be changed. So you try. Okay, Aaron went away again. Yes, RNTY1, women do fall in love with potential. I know that's difficult for men to understand because you guys honestly don't think the way we do, but hear me out. Like, Women in the chat, back me up. Like, you guys think that's an excuse because y'all genuinely don't operate that way, but women do fall in love with potential.
Mm-mm. Like Illa said, leave that man alone. Don't be in the projects looking for him like, oh, look at this guy in the projects. And he broke though. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Just like we're told as men, you see this woman got Gucci, Louis, Chanel. You see she's high sedity. She's a little bougie. Leave her alone. That's what they tell us. Leave her alone. Same thing for men. Leave them alone.
So this is where I feel like there's a little bit of a contradiction, right? Because on the one hand, you guys say you want to come swim at the finish line when he has everything. But then on the other hand, when we point out the women who will get with a man who's not in the best position, but she's looking and hoping like, okay, he's going to be ambitious. He's going to work on improving. I'm going to work with that. Like, so that can't be a problem too.
So this is a thing. If you don't have no kids yet. Sherelle already broke it down. You don't like no level of accountability. If that man has no money, as y'all claiming, he broke, right? You shouldn't have no kids, and you can do a strategy. Oh, all right, look. All right, you ain't got no kids. I ain't got no kids. You doing fine by yourself. Let me just move in there, save for 2 to 3 years, and all that money is going to go to, because you're already taking care of yourself there. I'm just moving in. The food might be a little bit more expensive, but her being a phenomenal woman, she gonna work her magic and make it reasonable. So now all that extra money is going to be going to paying for possibly daycare in the future or 3 years off from working, something like that. So it's strategy. You can't just go somewhere and be like, just in case I get pregnant. No, you strategize for it. There's no way you can explain to me a woman that's 31, 40 years old that has no children but has been sexually active for years, don't have kids, but a woman that's 24 has kids. Oh, but I didn't know no better. I was young and dumb. Those women that ain't got no kids was 24 too. They 40 with no kids.
Let me defend the women.
Excuses for them. They don't have no strategy, so they go to a man and be like, solve my life. And that's problematic. Just go there with a plan and say, hey, I'm not getting pregnant. This money gonna go for the next couple years so I can stay at home with the kids or whatever I want to do or need to do, daycare, etc. That's what that's gonna go to. It's not about getting a bag. It's not about doing this. You have to actually sacrifice in order for that to happen, and then you can build from there.
I don't disagree with, like, you have a very logical answer. The problem is, as a woman who intentionally doesn't have kids, like myself, like Sherelle, right? That's on purpose. I still do give credence to the women who really didn't know better, because some of them just did not. No, some of them didn't. They watched a certain lifestyle growing up and they repeated the cycle. That's a real thing. Like,
if you say that, there's no conversation to have about a black man then. If the argument is based upon what happened to y'all and y'all repeating the cycle, man, black men are winning. If we have to go by what we experienced or did not experience or did not have, come on, if we don't get no excuses, y'all definitely get no excuses. Absolutely not. You cannot expect a man. You have to have the same level of understanding that you would want for him. And you want him to make sure your life is phenomenal. He should have even more understanding, because you can't do this. So I get more understanding than you because you asking me to do something that you can't do or don't want to do. So absolutely not. There are women that don't have no kids, that did the smart thing, actually plan for stuff. We got to highlight how much smarter they are than these other dumb women. Just like you want to call these other guys that went to school, made more money, those are the more intelligent guys, and you want to separate them from the broker guys. We want to talk about these dumb women that was young and dumb and all these things. Separate them from the smart women who actually was very strategic and actually planned their life and said, I'm not getting pregnant by no dumb loser guy. All women have been told from a young age, stay away from men. They're predators. They just want to get babies. They just want to sleep with you. None of y'all don't have any missing information. What y'all don't have is complete information. Why do I have to stay away from it? Why do men act like this? But y'all already know it, and they tell y'all these things. and y'all still make these excuses.
That ain't true. I don't know if you come from that kind of family, but my family was very hush hush. They did not talk about sex. They did not tell us nothing.
They
Okay.
didn't tell you to stay away from boys.
They didn't really like go in about
Exactly. They didn't
pregnancy.
go into detail, but they told you. I know all women get the same story growing up 90% of the time. Stay away from these boys. They just want to do this. They just want to do this. All they care about is sex. That's why y'all have that mentality. They don't go into detail. They may not be it may not be as expressive as you would like as when you get older, but they still tell you. And the thing is, y'all want to why. Why not this? Why? The why is it? LA Project says the why is important. I don't disagree. But when they tell us the things that they tell us, the men, like they just told us we got to have enough money to take care of our families. They didn't show us how to do it. They didn't do this and all these type of things. So it's like we can go back and forth, but the men that did it. And the women that did it. And the ones that don't. We are making excuses for the ones that don't. Have you noticed that's what all we do?
I agree. You're right.
So that's where I have that big issue. I'm like, man, no, because I don't have any kids.
But yeah, like somebody said in the chat, what about double standards? Like, at what point do we acknowledge? Because you're a man, and I've heard you say this.
Yes.
You believe men are better than women, right? This is what you genuinely believe.
No. At what?
I feel like
in the general sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in the general sense, sure. Yeah,
Right.
In generality, sure. Yeah, men are better.
Okay, so to be fair, if the same way you are conditioned to think that, so are most women low key. So when women are looking at you to perform better than them, you have to understand that comes with how you're viewed as a man. You're viewed as
long as we get the double standard of sleeping with a bunch of women, having women on the side and all that, and y'all accept it, we will accept our double standard. If y'all pick and choose the double standards that y'all want to accept, we're going to pick and choose.
No,
y'all don't run nothing. We the men.
We accept the double standard, Aaron. You can sleep with 20 women. No one's going to shame you. And I accept that. If I sleep with 20 men, everyone will shame me. So to be fair, there are double standards on both sides that we each have to accept.
All right, let me ask you this. Do women want community peen?
I don't.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Do they want it? Are women advocating for community peen?
Advocating for it? No, I don't think so.
Oh, they're not advocating for that?
No.
So then, if they're not advocating for it, is it because they don't want it?
I don't really know how to answer this question.
Because it's me, and that's why you don't know how to answer this question.
I don't. My point was this though, like there are, because you said we can't pick and choose. There are double standards, right?
Yes.
We can all accept that men are better. This is what most of society thinks, men and women, except for like if you're really a feminist and you're really on that. But for the most part, we all look at men the same, right? That's why there's so much pressure about being the leader. And you're supposed to be the one that, like you said, fix me and fix and lead me and all this, right? So if you believe men are better, then you can't be mad at women for expecting you to make shit better for me because I think you're better.
But see, here's the problem. Y'all don't treat us like we better. Y'all don't. See, the thing is, y'all want to be treated better than us. And we are better than you. We should get better treatment than you get. But that's logical. That's not what y'all want. If y'all was treating a man better than he treat you, that's problematic. So we don't get the benefits of being better, but y'all want us to do it because it's to y'all benefit. And we're not dumb. Old men in the past may have done that, but we're not accepting that. That's over with. That's done. It's not happening.
I just think it's like a better at separate things, right? Like men are better at certain things and women are better at certain things, right?
What are the certain things that women are better at that benefit men?
Nurturing your children, attention to detail, keeping a home, stuff like that.
How beneficial is that to us if we find with a futon in a bed on the floor? How beneficial is that to us? Or we just accept that comes with dealing with a woman?
Married men live longer than single men.
Oh, don't do that.
Women give you what most men define as their
legacy.
Their biggest sense of fulfillment, which is legacy, right? So we can't act like women don't add value to your life.
Women add a tremendous
Most
amount of value.
men who have children, that's their
They don't give us the kids.
Their fulfillment.
They don't give us the kids. See, like, I'm very big on cutting out the BS. You're right as far as saying women produce children, but they still own them. They still use them as a weapon. They weaponize children. If a woman had a child and said, this one yours, you in control is. If the relationship don't work out, he go with you. You the leader. You're the powerful one. You get to demand how things operate. I would have a higher level of respect for women. But they actually don't do that. They go, I birthed it. Now give me all the benefits of doing this, and I still maintain my level of power as well. If you give away the power, I will accept y'all saying you give us that, but y'all don't give us that.
That's not all women, and that's not all situations. Most men who have kids, whether they have quote unquote full custody or not, there's still a level of fulfillment. They're happy to have a kid. They find pride in raising their kids and their kids' accomplishments. Like, they still get fulfillment. It's not, well, I better control this kid 100% or no fulfillment for me. No. Now, I understand what you're saying about some women who weaponize kids, but I don't think most women even do that.
I just want women to say our kids, which you rarely hear women say that.
That's a black thing. That's like if I'm mad.
Okay.
It's like when you mad at your brother, you say, "Ma, get your son." That's how we talk. Like,
and then y'all always mad. Then I guess
no, for real. You're like, "Ma, get your son." Or I've heard women tell men when they mad at the kid, "Get your kid." Like, that's just I think y'all take that way too serious.
Yeah. Uncle Rick, what up?
What's good with you, AO? Venus, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good for a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
The money conversation is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? One, because I'm me. I gotta say this. Like, it's crazy how, right? People listen to the likes of Let Go when he not gonna spend no money on you anyways. Right? Like, these dudes, the dudes that get a rhetoric are the dudes that basically just throw their women aside for whatever. Right? And the thing about money is this: when it comes to a relationship, the truth is, right, a woman can make as much money as whatever, right? When she's with a man, she ain't gonna want to spend her money. So that's why the money conversation shouldn't even come up. If it was an understanding, right, that because she makes a certain, if she makes more money, that it would be, you're going to take the load of responsibilities. We all know no woman wants to do that. Will you do it if you was forced to and it was the very last resort for you to maintain your lifestyle? Yes, you would. But do you want to, though? If that was the case, and if, like everybody keeps saying, this ain't the old days no more, why ain't the rules changing? Why don't women, since y'all make so much money and y'all so high on the pay scale now, y'all don't want to pay for no first date? Y'all don't want to drop at large, right? At large.
I can tell you the reason, though. One of them. I agree. I don't think women just want to come into the situation spending money, but I think women understand the way you start off a relationship can kind of determine the way things go. And women don't want to be viewed as someone who you can just take advantage of, right? And also, women are taught that you need to earn something, right? Like, you can't just give everything to a man right up front. So you taking a woman on a date is like, in a way, a step towards you like earning, I guess, sex or whatever it is that you're trying to get.
You don't think that's a problem?
No.
See, we both bring equal value just being human beings, right? So on a date, we ain't together. You don't know if we're going to be together. We have equal value. Somehow you're saying on that date, it's to show my value to you, and I have to want to get you. It's not reciprocated that you need to want to get me. And that's why after a guy finally gets some and he be like, I'm out, y'all feel robbed. Because y'all like, nah, you owe for this. You kind of owe. That's the problem.
I think you're looking at this the wrong way. Like I'm gonna go back to the way men are viewed, right? And I get it. Clearly, all men are not leaders, but all of these ideas, in my opinion, go back to the whole protector, provider, leader narrative, right? So the same thing can be applied to a date. Men are typically looked at as the provider, right? So, or you're looking at a man as some sort of security. Your first date or when you're dating, you're looking for, is this a secure man? And that could mean financial as well, right? So it's not just as simple as, no, I want to spend all his money. She's looking to see if this is a lifestyle what kind of lifestyle can I have with this man?
Yeah, so I agree with that, but you already come secure. From what it sounds like is, if you not secure, I'm tired of. I shouldn't say I'm tired, but I want to highlight this point. If broke men can't date, broke women can't date. But the problem is, it's not going to be consistent. That's the double standard. Hey, we ain't got to have no money. We can get a man, right? That's the argument, and it benefits y'all. The double standard that benefits men these days, what double standards do you think benefit men outside of the fact that women say you can sleep around? Outside of that one, what double standard do men get that we're like, yeah, we want that?
That's the one. That's the one I can think of.
See what I mean? And that's the one that y'all try to hide behind. We don't really care about that no more. Most men can't get women. Most men can't get women. That's why they online crying so much, because those guys don't get women. Remember? Otherwise, if guys, let me tell you something. You may not know this, but I'm a guy. Uncle Rick is a guy. Uncle Rick, I don't know no guys that's getting women paying for OFs. I don't know none. Because if I'm getting them in real life, I'm not about to go to virtual land and spend my bread on that.
For what?
So there's no way that that's $1 billion place and these men are getting women. There's no way.
No, I don't agree with that. Some of those men have girlfriends. They may not be as attracted to them. They may have their reasons for why they want to view these other women. But I don't think every single man on there is single.
Always some, sis. Always some.
Everything is always going to be a sum. Everything is a sum. Nothing is 100%.
So just to be clear, what double standards do women want to keep? So we get one, because that's the only one we get, the sleep around one. What's the double standards that women want to keep?
I mean, that's really it for me.
What is it? The one
Let
that
the men be protectors and providers. I'm straight. Okay.
Oh.
I got one on each side. Y'all get one, we get one. Life is good. Like if a man comes and said, like I said, a man, you kind of like brush past it, like it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal. Like STDs are a huge thing with Black women right now, right? For whatever the reasons are. So, but again, no one's frowning upon you if you sleep with 25 women. Nobody's going to do that. If a woman does, but again, I'm not complaining. I accept it. But you're having a hard time accepting the other one.
The devil, because y'all wild out in these streets with the hot box. Like at the double standard used to be, we can sleep around a bunch and y'all can't. That's not the double standard that y'all accepting. Y'all still want to do what men do. Y'all saying body count don't matter. Now, I'm not saying to sit up here and argue with a woman, wish your body counted up, but it's supposed to matter for y'all and not matter for us. And that's the things that matter for y'all, we show y'all. This is why we can trick y'all with fake jewelry, right? Because y'all need to see what y'all trying to get out of us. The things that we try to get out of y'all get to lie about. Hey, how many men you been with? Only 3 when it's 17. Y'all don't have no honor to say I've been with 100 men or 50 men or 20 men, right? Because we want to, just like y'all want to feel protected and provided for, we want to make sure that we getting a woman that ain't that touched, close to not touched at all. Y'all using old archaic double standards of the man provides and protects. That's not what the new man has to do or have to do based upon the conversation. So that's why y'all get to be fast and messy out in these streets. I'm not saying men shouldn't provide and protect. I'm saying the new standard is y'all get to be hot in the box and run around and be like, hey, don't be insecure. It still feel the same. You don't know how many I've been with and all this BS stuff without honor and saying you're doing something. So we're going to lie about how much money we make. Y'all don't want to move on no honor. Men used to look at women like this, and y'all not going to like this. Women were supposed to be better than men sexually, and morally.
Correct. The
Y'all
fairer
don't like
sex. The fairer sex.
Yes. So when a man does something wrong, a woman ain't supposed to be, I need to get my get back. That was never the standard for women. They actually had a higher moral clause, and that's why men revered women. Dang, man. Rick, you wrong messing with Stephanie down the street. You know you ain't supposed to be doing that. You got a good woman at home. She would never do this to you. That we get on his line about it. He's still gonna be a man, but we gonna get on his line about it. Now it's, well, grandma got to do her thing too. So there's a lot of double standards that y'all trying to sweep under the rug. In my opinion, y'all only want what's beneficial to y'all, not anything negative. Men are willing to take the negatives or the stuff that's associated with what we have to do, but y'all not.
What? Give me an example.
I just gave you an example. Put
What
your
are
hot
y'all-
box away.
No, what negative
Close
are
your
you?
legs. That's the double standard. I sleep
The
with
negative,
100
the
women.
negative. I got
No,
you.
what negative double
negative.
standards are men willing to?
We've been taking it forever, right? The negative double standard that we have to pay whenever we go out. That's a
Right, so
negative
what's
double
the issue?
standard.
I feel like some things are not worth arguing. They're just going to be what they
It's
are.
exactly right. So if that's the case in the whole albeit of things, right? What's the fight with women? If women understand that a man's going to have to protect and provide these things, right? What's the understanding with them if they're giving away their box for free and not falling in line with a man that they with? Right?
They don't understand clearly.
Okay, but as long as you, hey Venus, I appreciate the honesty, right? So, but let's roll back to the thing, right? And somebody said in the chat before I could even say it, right? With the double standard of sex, right? How much money did a woman have to spend to get all those bodies? Right? With a man, right? He's got to put forth some type of effort, some type of something, right? To get that girl into bed. And if that's not the case, right? That means women just giving up box for free on the go. Which one is it?
A combination of both. Some of them are. Some of them is Netflix and chill, and she busting it open, and she met him 2 days ago.
And don't you think she should possibly have to go to trial in society trial, and y'all get to throw on the front of all social media and talk about how horrible if she a woman is and she not holding y'all standard up? Or do you think she should be able to? It's her life, and she should be able to do what she wants. What do you think makes sense?
I mean, I'm not with putting a woman on social media, and
Thank
I'm not.
No accountability, right?
Life is going to hold all of us accountable for our decisions. Why is it my job to go to a random woman about what she did with her body and shame her when her consequences are going to hold her accountable, just like yours, just like mine?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you want the standard of men to stay the standard of men and men to be held accountable in society on how they operate,
women have to maintain the standard.
Instead of men being like, yo, man, look, you get money, Rick, you take care of your family, but I'm about to sneak a few. I'm gonna fake this jewelry and smash some chicks. Instead of them being able to continuously do that, and we go, hey, that's her choice if she want to mess with the fake jewelry and have her fun instead of going through the standard of, nah, don't give him no chance. He got to pass these rules. And you're saying some women are like, I don't care about the rules. I want to have fun. They shouldn't be able to do that. Standards cannot be upheld as long as you're not willing to hold women accountable for not doing that. They can't do it.
So at what point do men lead by example? Because it seems like every argument
I make. What example? What example should they lead by?
We are leading by example. This is what men do, and this is what y'all do.
It's not. Y'all are a lot of people who are criminals, who don't take care of their children, who are problematic.
That's what men do.
Who are low performers, and you are not. No, hold on. And you are not throwing them up and shaming them for not being their best selves. So you're not leading by example.
Liar.
I never seen y'all do it. I haven't seen it.
Let me tell you how. What guy you know is taking care of his kids and hanging out with a guy that does not take care of his kids?
I know a few. Men
No,
are
you
very
don't know no
no,
few.
yes, I do, because what I've learned is men are scared of other men. Okay. A
What?
lot of men will sit around and watch something that is bad, but they are
Okay.
too afraid to not be accepted by the
Okay.
group, or they're too afraid to have a confrontation, so they will not say anything.
This is so crazy, Venus, and I got a question, right? And this came up on another panel. How much shame and embarrassment can I put on a man to stop a woman that likes having sex with him to stop having sex with him? The woman.
You said how much shame can you put
How
on
much yep, how much accountability, shame, negative recourse, and circumstance can I put on a man, right, to stop a woman from wanting to have sex with him?
Well, the shame shouldn't be to stop a woman from wanting anything. He is in control of his own body. So the attention should be on what he decides to partake in, not about what a woman wants. So I wouldn't
Okay,
even
I
say
got you. I got you. I got you. That's a great point, right? So again, that man is, no matter how much I shame him, just like y'all say about the other chicks, the other women that y'all just want to, put on the sum, like you said, the sum argument, right? It doesn't matter how bad that man is, he could have friends and family telling him from here to the end of time that he's not nothing, right? But if a girl's going to give him some vagina and he's taking vagina, that's the end of the story. The problem is that women, y'all was supposed to be responsible for one thing, and y'all don't want to be responsible for that. Y'all supposed to be responsible for one thing: your bodies.
we all
My
are
body,
supposed
my
to
choice.
be we
Listen.
all are supposed to be responsible with our bodies,
Exactly,
not just
exactly.
women.
I understand that, right? So again, if a man is moving, listen to what I'm saying. I hear, and everything you're saying is correct. I'm not arguing that, but we play like we don't act like we act like we don't understand how the situations go, right? A man has to approach a woman and she has to make herself available to him. She has to make herself available to him. So if he's a no good man and all this stuff and he's moving irresponsibly, right? In the game of life and how relationships start and how sex is acquired, that woman has to allow access. So why is she continue to allow access to a man that's no good, that's not good for her? I know what's coming up next, right? Oh, she's not mentally mature. Oh, men manipulate, right? Again, with all that being said, that woman is still supposed to be responsible for her body at the end of the day, correct?
Yeah, but again, I'm gonna say that goes for both parties, right? Like a man is supposed to be responsible for his body. The way you guys frame this argument is like it is up to the woman to be the more responsible party, right? But then we get all these baby mamas and all these men mad about child support. But you know how a woman gets pregnant or not gets pregnant? If you kept your seed to yourself. So there was somewhere in there where you were supposed to be responsible with your body, but all of the blame is being placed on the woman, who on one breath, men are better, but then on the other hand, women are supposed to make better decisions than them. None of that makes sense to me.
No. So let me clear this up. Men are better at a lot of other things, but they're not supposed to be better sexually. See, this is the double standard. This, like you said, men need to do things independent of what women do. I agree with that. This is the independent thing that women have to do that is better than men, and it's your sexuality. It's the level of, I don't care what no man is doing. I take full responsibility over men because that is the burden that society has given me as a woman. This is what I'm talking about, that there are things that women do better, and the morality and sexuality is theirs, not ours. This is the part you don't understand. You're supposed to be better at us than that. That's what we're not better at you at. But it seems like y'all don't want that actual responsibility, and you're trying to say it's the same, and it's not. There's a higher burden and a higher level of responsibility on your womanhood as that. You're supposed to be better than men sexually. You're supposed to conduct yourself better that way. So it ain't no equality there. Y'all supposed to be better than us. Y'all held to a higher standard than we are.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess
You
when
just know that's not about to happen, correct? Let me give you the
I
example.
think the women who will do and the women who don't, I don't know.
I take that answer. And the men that want to raise their kids do, and the ones that don't. You see how that sounds? The problem is you gonna feel like, dang, though, that put all the responsibility on me. See, that's why we can always go back and forth. I'm very big on singular accountability. I don't do the whole back and forth. This has to be, I can say solely blame the man, he shouldn't have slept with her, or solely blame the woman, she shouldn't have slept with him. I don't need it takes two to tango. That's what get people so messed up. That's what they get too lost in. And that's why a lot of people have a harder life than a person that takes full and sole accountability for everything, even when they can blame somebody else. That's how I distinguish differences. I'm just telling you, the truth of the matter is this. Women got that hot, they hot down there, and they cannot, they don't have any value to men to marry them, and it pisses y'all off. When the last time you met a woman that says, girl, like I told him he had to marry me before we slept together. How come women can't make that the standard? That's y'all burden. Can y'all do it? The answer is no. Y'all can't accomplish it.
Because there will always be women who will not require that.
No.
Yeah.
So there will always be men that don't provide. There will always be men that don't protect. So we're not going to say all, just like you said, but would you say could it be the majority of women that decide, no, we're going to get married before we sleep together? Because guys been always wanting to sleep with women, to my experience. And women used to be like, no. They used to really be like, no, absolutely not. Now guys is like,
so you think okay, so this is what's kind of not making sense, because you said most men don't get women, but now you're saying women are just not saying no. So which one is it?
Oh, that's an easy answer. Okay, so we're not speaking for all the men that ain't getting women. We're speaking for the men that are getting the women. That's all you're doing is saying the men that aren't getting women, they're just out and about. They're the people online that you think are in, all those people, guys that have their jobs, live with their mom, whatever you want to call them. They're not dealing with women. I'm talking about the men that are dealing with the women.
But we got to point out an important part. You said most. So if most men are not getting women, then somehow most women are having sex?
Yes. And let me answer that for you, right? That's a very simple answer. See, if you go back and study historically, 90+% of women have reproduced, and it's probably somewhere around only maybe 60% of men have actually reproduced. There are men that actually die that don't have no kids. They don't reproduce. They don't get to bring nothing. And a lot of men will tell you, how do you get 100? How does one man sleep with 100 women? Because what you're doing is each guy get a woman. No, those women are sleeping with a bunch of the same guys, not exactly the same. So not me and Ricky and Lou, not us three, but it's another three in another city, and they doing the same thing. So they're just sleeping with a bunch of different men. So that's not that hard to figure out.
That is like a real stretch. Like this whole sleeping with 100 women, and like where? Like those are such isolated incidents that y'all try to make the norm that most women are sleeping with the same ass men.
No, they
not.
are. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying the identical men. Like it ain't, if I take 5 men in St. Louis, I'm not saying women in California are sleeping with the same 5 men in St. Louis. I'm saying those same type of 5 men in California are sleeping with those same women. So a woman has 5 different men that she slept with, while 20 guys didn't get none at all. And you're saying, so how did all 30 of these women sleep with a guy, but 30 of these guys ain't slept with nobody, and it's only 10 of these guys that slept with all 30 of these women? That's what's occurring. You know why? It's not a stretch. It takes a level of charm. It takes a level of courage to go to a woman, and sometimes finance. You got to have a mouth. It's something to go up to a woman to get that out of her. Most guys be terrified. They say, huh? Most guys don't even want to walk up to women. So those guys minding their business. So unless they're paying, which some could be, I'm sorry, it's an easy answer. These women are sleeping with the same small portions of men. You know how men know this? Because men's homies is those guys. They ain't really getting chicks like that in the group, but they know they homie ran through 10 of them. So when y'all tell us we don't know what we're talking about, we do, because our homies are those guys. And a lot of times some of us be those guys. They don't want to acknowledge it. But the homies be there like, bro, you said, yeah, smashed that, done that. What about such that? Yep, had that too. And you ain't got no story to tell. So we actually know these guys exist. We're not making this up. We're not making it up.
I don't think you're making it up. I just think you're exaggerating. But you know, we can agree to
But
disagree.
he isn't exaggerating. If you hang out with a group of dudes, or if you know men in general, most guys, if they do end up getting the pussy, they make that girl his girlfriend. That's what most of the niggas that do get pussy. We not even gonna talk about the niggas that's not even banging nothing. But normally, if a guy normally sleeps with a girl, more than likely he probably attached to her. That's his old lady now. That's for most niggas. Most of the fights you see these women online right now. If you look online, if you go to World Stuff, if you go to any of this, most of these fights these women having, it's not over them. It's not beef with that girl. It's more than likely somebody done slept with somebody, man. And normally this chick done fought. And normally this chick done fought about 5 or 6 chicks already.
Again,
Ain't that what happened to Tory Lanez?
y'all are using anecdotal like
That's
situations
not anecdotal. This situation is happening in every city.
to define to define the majority. Like
Hold
that.
on, hold on, calm down. Because Venus it can be very logical. So if you deliver a sound logical sentence to her, she can accept it. So she's not gonna just combat things that like most women typically do. Right. I can acknowledge that with her. She might not want to have to do it. She might be hesitant to do it, but she will acknowledge it. Now, I don't want to get caught up on this. She don't necessarily believe only a small amount of men are actually him and getting multiple women, while most guys might have 1 or 2 or 3 their whole life possibly, and they got to make them chicks their girlfriend. While some guys be like, I don't want nothing serious, and they just keep doing it. But the point being is, at the end of the day, the standard is on women. And that's all I'm saying. The point of the proof is women don't believe women can stand on nothing. This is why women ain't willing to do this. They know they not going to be able to close their legs like, nah, put that ring on it first. They know they're not going to do it because 2 reasons. One, women are much more promiscuous than they've ever been, and they don't want to lose that ability. They want to be able to do what they want to do. And 2, they would be out here dry and get absolutely nothing because they wouldn't be able to convince a guy to. That's just the sad part.
Right. So then again, it's like you're telling women to do something that, according to you, can't be done. So what is the point?
No.
Be done.
No.
I'm not, if y'all wanted to.
I'm not telling women to do it. I'm letting you know that you as a woman know that women can't do it. It's not about what I already do know about women. I want you to know as a woman that women are incapable of doing this stuff. And this is why things exist. Now, there are things that men do.
Incapable of not having sex.
You said what?
Women are incapable of not having sex
prior to marriage. Yes, pretty much the large majority of them.
Incapable, they don't choose to. But incapable, no.
Okay, don't you think that's a problem though?
Yes and no.
What's the no part?
A lot of women don't want to get married, so they don't see the need.
Okay, that solves that for me now. So now we know women don't really want.
No way, I'm out.
No, that's cool. It's cool. Because we want to get back to the video. I don't want to belabor this point and beat it down too much. Shout out to Too Savvy says you may not acknowledge this again, but it's an awesome show as usual. Shout out to the gang. Yes, I'm enjoying the show. I'm enjoying this so far. Ronald says, don't kiss a boy because you will get pregnant. Listen, hey, I don't know if they told him that, but I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if they told you don't kiss a boy, you might get pregnant. They didn't say all the worst things about the men, so I can accept that. And shout out to Jay Ali, gifted the membership to the gang. Now we're gonna get back to the video. We're gonna get back to the video because I want Mr. Let Go to explain to y'all this broke thing that he's about to break down.
Man, but why hold on, bro. So as a leader, the man is a leader, and if you're just simply sustaining yourself in the hood, in a one-bedroom apartment, in whatever it is, you're just sustaining yourself, and you're content with your life. She's gonna be like, I can't deal with him because where is he gonna take me to if he hasn't taken himself anywhere? So the sustaining your own life It's the reason why women look at black men like they're broke, because they're so content with where they presently are. And y'all already know, y'all are sick of trying to change a man or make a man do something. No. So wherever he is doing in his life is most likely where he's going to stay. And that's why they say y'all need to make more money before they get with y'all, not while y'all in a relationship. So it can't be disrespectful because a woman don't even know you. They just say it on social media. These men need to make more money, and men get mad. Why? Because they are so content with their sustained life, but they can't grow with the woman if they're content.
If we both grown as adults and we got out and I got my, because she's sustaining herself, she's making her money to pay her bills and to keep a roof over her head. So if she's able to do that on her own, and I'm able to do that on my own, if we can't make something happen of ourselves, then somebody's a fucking idiot.
Add 2 kids to that.
I mean, you're talking about a dysfunctional situation. We're not talking about
add 2 kids to that, and everything's fucked up. Because you ain't got no kids, and she ain't got no kids, and you're both sustaining yourselves, right? Y'all both are just sustaining. You add 2.
The average American is living paycheck to paycheck.
You have twins. She has twins. Y'all whole lives fucked up instantly.
That's not true. That's an opinion.
What are your thoughts? Because Ricky, I agree with Mr. Let Go, the part where he says women are asking men to make more money before they get together. I agree with that. They are saying that as well, and it's not necessarily offensive. It's not necessarily offensive. But one could find it offensive about what their true meaning and reasonings behind it. So that's the part. You guys
like the true meaning and reasons behind it is because the true meaning and reason behind it is that they expect the majority of the financial weight to be put on by the man. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
It's just that simple, right? So again, if I'm the one footing this bill, who are you to dictate to me how it goes?
Well, before signing up with you, she has to be able to determine that you can. That's where the whole they need to make more money comes from. Because if she can look at you and see, damn, he's barely surviving by himself, he may not be someone who is able to do that.
So I got a question, and that's a good point. What is barely surviving?
If you're living paycheck to paycheck,
like most Americans?
Yeah.
Like most Americans.
I hear you, but that's what's considered barely surviving, though. Yeah. I don't disagree with you. Most Americans are, but that is what you would consider barely surviving, because you are surviving, but there is no excess.
Okay, so it's the excess you want, not the surviving.
Yeah, people want to thrive, not just survive. Right? That should be the goal. I agree with Mr. Let Go when he said most men are content, and that's the problem, and that's why women are saying ahead of time, hey, you need to make more in general, because we've all been there and we know you're not going to get a man to do anything that he's not already doing unless he wants to. So women are kind of raising the bar, like, okay, for me to even come over there, you need to be doing more than barely survive, because I know me coming over there ain't going to make you do it. If you're not already on that page, probably not going to go well. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying that's the perspective.
Okay, right. So, but I got you. What's up, Beans?
My guy, Ricky.
What's happening with you, bro?
Mr. Lego just pissed me off.
What else is new? What you got on it?
Cause man, like he be going back and forth, bro. Like 1 minute, I'd be like, okay, I see what you're saying, and the next minute, like, yo, where did you get that from? Right? Because I think it makes all the sense in the world for men to be content, for one, but it was something else that he specifically said about why men do what they do. Aaron, if you could run it back real quick.
I can. Because I'm going to answer your question about the thriving part and the just surviving part after I let Beans do what he do. Let me go back a little bit.
Add 2 kids to that, and everything's fucked up. Because you ain't got no kids, and she ain't got no kids, and you're both sustaining yourselves, right? Y'all both are just sustaining. You add 2.
The average American is living paycheck to paycheck.
You have twins. She has twins. Y'all whole lives fucked up instantly.
A little bit further, Aaron.
That's an opinion.
You said a little further?
Yeah, it was a little further back.
Okay.
Because they are so content with their sustain. I don't even know you. They just say it on social media. These men need to make more money, and men get mad. Why? Because they are so content with their sustained life, but they can't grow with the woman if they're content.
If we
Okay,
both
right
grown
there.
as adults and we got out and I got my, because she sustained her.
So here's the problem with that. That's not why men get mad, right? Men get mad because the thing that women are asking for is illogical, right? So when you're asking men on a macro level to do something that has historically never been done, which is that virtually all men, right, get to a specific financial level, and let's just be honest and say it's six figures, right? There's no actual logic to it. It's not going to happen because businesses aren't going to pay that much, as it were, right? Everybody can't be in the same career field, or they're just going to make it more difficult to get into that field, right? And two, if everybody did get to 100K, then 100K would only be worth what 51K is today. It would become average. It's not logical, right? It's just not logical.
He never
Average
said six
money,
figures or 100K. To be clear, just the argument was more money.
right? But respectfully, what I'm not gonna do is gaslight myself, right? And so because I've been watching this space for 2 years, and we've seen at this point thousands, literally thousands of women from all backgrounds, all sizes, all ages, all everything. And when it's all said and done, six figures is what they're usually talking about, right? So I just accept that. And the point is that there's never going to be a time where six figures, like most people are making six figures, and it actually equates to what we see six figures as today. That's never going to happen.
So, go
Well,
ahead.
really quickly. And then the other part that men get upset about women saying that, it's two other parts. One is because it feels like you're minimizing men to money, right? And then the third part is because men understand that most of the women asking for that don't qualify for it. It's not necessarily about contention, because absolutely a man could be content when he's alone by himself. Absolutely. If I'm making enough money to have my own space, my own car, my crib, I can go where I want to do what I want to do, and I ain't got to ask nobody for nothing. Yes, it's okay to be content. But if you add a
Depends
woman
on who you
or
ask.
a child to that mix, then of course things are going to change, and you're going to require more of yourself because you have more responsibility.
Okay, I don't agree with that. Like the reason men get mad is because women aren't qualified. If you know I'm not qualified for you, why the hell do you care what I say? I ain't even talking to you. Like again, what Mr. Let Go said was women are genuine, like generally stating these things, right? And if you know, according to you, half of them ain't even qualified, why would you care? Like that shouldn't make you mad if you're looking at women who you wouldn't even date anyway. Like, oh, girl, whatever. But on the other side, being content is not necessarily okay because most people. Well, let me not say most people. People want to know that her man is ambitious. There's room for growth, right? Our lives could potentially improve. But if you come across someone who is barely surviving and he is comfortable with that, what do you do with that?
What is barely surviving?
I told you.
Wait. Yeah, before we go down that road, you got to think about it like this, though, Ricky. Think about what she just said, right? She used two different words. On one, she said content, and then she said barely surviving. These are two different things.
No, it's not. You're content with the fact that you are barely surviving. You're comfortable with that.
What is that though?
You just literally made the distinguishment that they're two different things. Thank you for that.
No, it's not.
You just did. You just said you're content with the fact that you're barely surviving.
All right, guys, be
No,
nice.
let me just.
We are being nice.
No, he's not making sense. The word content means satisfactory. You're satisfied with barely surviving. That's what the statement in itself means. It's not two different things. One statement.
So
Right.
let me hold on. Let me wrap my head around this. So we here in the Western world, the United States of America, correct? And we just said that the majority of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So what women are saying, they want the minority of men, the ones who have excess, right? That's what they're saying. Let me know if I'm wrong,
You're
because
wrong.
the majority of people in America are doing what you call surviving.
Yeah. What's wrong with a person's driving like Uber on the side or something, making like an extra $200 a week, which is an extra $800 a month? What's wrong with that?
Let me give you some insight. Hold on. Let me clear this up before we go too far down the line. One thing is that we've seen countless TikToks, because women love TikTok. God, that they're saying I make $100,000+ a year as a nurse and I'm barely surviving, right? What women are coming to the conclusion of, this is the reason why women want to, and I'm just going to say it, want to get back cool with men and want to placate instead of fight anymore, which was, we independent, we don't need y'all. That's slowly starting to simmer because women like, I don't want to work this hard and be barely getting by. And so the men have already identified this game that y'all came late to, for because y'all was not allowed, whatever y'all want to call it. So y'all feel good about getting in the workforce and making money and all this stuff. The men know we're screwed. The men know if you don't get to this certain level, you're going to be screwed. And men ain't going to be trying to help all the other men out just because they can, because everybody's looking for an advantage in life. So the men at the top, that's why the half and the half nots is so important for people to identify. If y'all say we want more money for minimum wage, they'll give it to you. And then a year or two later, the economy will crash and then they'll raise inflation. They'll go, look, your paycheck says you're getting $35 an hour. 3-4 years ago was $29. We gave y'all a raise. So like the game is the game, and y'all starting to find that out too, is why y'all complaining. This ain't fair. We need more money. I don't want to work no more. I just want to be at home. I want to rest of my femininity. All these things is occurring because y'all realize they gonna screw y'all too. Like it ain't just on them. So the men are content because their ability to recognize them being screwed, unless they can be at the top of the top, is like, you know what? I'ma just be grateful and happy with where I'm at, and I'm gonna be cool in this. Y'all confuse that for them being lazy sometimes, them being overly content. It's more their understanding that y'all come into the realization of right now. That's what's happening.
Okay, let me acknowledge that I understand what y'all are saying, especially Ricky, right? If like the median salary nationally is a certain thing and most people are barely surviving, then it's an unrealistic expectation. I want to say I understand what you're saying when you say that. I think maybe the understanding of money just needs to be revisited, period.
Yeah, it's not
Especially with women, because you are right. We don't sit around, and maybe because I'm on YouTube, I kind of might know that median salary, but women don't necessarily think about things like that. It's not a thought. So first and foremost, it's like not really even understanding what's realistic for most is a start. So I mean, I don't disagree, but just to his point, as a woman who's dated, I also can relate. So I know there's some truth to what he's saying. Some men are lazy. Some men are content with very bare minimum. That's just a fact. It's a fact. He's not lying. So that's kind of where I was. Like he's not making that up.
But the problem, hold on. What's that, guys? I want to add the clarity to it. The problem that men have is that men know that we playing this game, right? Men know that we are part of this. And if you somebody like Let Go, that's probably somebody that would be considered a high value man. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. He know the game. He know in order for him to be where he needs to be at on a general sense, there's going to be guys at the bottom. He knows that. And most women are asking for guys not to be at the bottom. He knows that's never going to happen. He's aware of that, but he's still willing to take an attack on men with the knowledge of knowing this game because he benefits from it. Hey, yeah, I get money. These rest of these guys bums. So won't y'all show how much better I am? Like me, like that. And it makes me look better. And I'm not saying he's wrong for that because that's part of the game. But the men are responding to like you saying that when you know what's going on. See, these women are learning. Y'all waking up to this, working these hours in corporate America is no longer worth it. Y'all want soft girls' lives now for many reasons. Y'all realize unless y'all going thriving crazy, this game is not winnable. And y'all coming to the realization, us men have been knowing it for a while. We've been trying to grind, but if we getting beat down from every angle, I'm sorry. A beat down dog don't do very well. I'm sorry what to tell y'all. So
I
that's
need you to keep that y'all to keep that energy when it comes to women, right? Beating them down, I agree. It's not going to change nothing. It's just going to make them turn away from you and not want to hear you. But to your point, damn, I forgot. Come back to me. It was something you said.
So, Aaron, this like confuses me, right? Like, Aaron, is most black women? Do you believe that most black women are quote unquote Christians?
An actual practice or just the general social acceptance of it?
If we ask them.
In a general sense, yeah.
Okay. The thing that trips me out about that is that their Bible literally preaches contentment all through it, right? Somehow we got to a point where we started shaming people from being content, right? And the opposite of content is insatiability, which is not good for anybody, right? Everything is supposed to be in moderation. So this idea that it's something wrong with you being content with having food, shelter, clothing, bank accounts, credit cards, a car, friends, family, loved ones, a job, life, gym membership is hilarious at best, right? I don't understand why we don't push back harder on this.
Well, it's easy to understand. Women walk around this earth in fear. They have a level of fear that men don't have. Not saying that men don't experience certain things occurring to us, but we don't walk around with the same level of fear that women do. They already mad and upset at the Lord for the burdens that they have to deal with being women. They already have they're already battling their own inner demons about that process, right? And then have to go out in the world and always be scared and afraid. This is why they're searching for men to relieve them of that. I want this protection. So I understand the mentality in which women walk. Huh?
Yeah, I get it with them. I get it with them. They're selfish. That's not. But I'm saying in
That's not
general.
necessarily selfish.
Yeah, it actually is when your expectation is for the man to provide you with your dreams. That's absolutely selfish. But what I'm saying
That's
is,
not dreams. No. That's not a dream.
Right. Where did that come
don't go
from?
down that hole. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's stay on this one. What I'm talking about is it's not just women though, right? You're addressing the women. I'm saying niggas talk like this too, right? I can name them, but this your channel, so I won't. But it's plenty of dudes in this space, right, that preach against content, right? They this is what they do. They dumb themselves down to pretend like content means that automatically what you have is less than satisfactory. That's how they try to make it, right?
Yes. So I know why they do that though. So there's many reasons, but one of the reasons is a lot of times they've experienced something and is no malice. It doesn't necessarily have to be with malintent. It's because like, yo, I did this, and I'm telling you, with that mentality, you won't be able to get there if you want to get there, right? If you cool where you at, that's cool, that's no problem. But if you don't want to be there, that mentality is what's going to hold you back. Now, there are some guys that
What's
just
the
want
mentality?
That you're content.
Yes. So that you're content is problematic if you want to rise, if you want to do better. You have to be driven. Like you really have to eat, breathe, this stuff in order to excel in certain areas. But nothing wrong with being content because a lot of times you'll find people will get up there and go, I'ma just you take all this money. I wish I could not have this notoriety, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just saying it depends. Are there some guys that do it with malintent? Yes. And they do it to their advantage? Yes. I don't know if it's 90% because
yeah, it's 90%. But Aaron, wait, because the way you're addressing it to me is kind of weird.
Okay.
Right? If I'm cool with what I got, then I'm cool with what I got. And if I make the decision that I want more, then I do more to get it.
Agreed.
Content does not mean I'm never going to want more than what I already have.
That's fine.
Kind of does.
It doesn't. So the problem is,
it does.
Don't fight about that. It's not worth it. So the problem is
It
there are a
does.
lot that don't do it. There are a lot of young men who actually saying, I don't know what to do. It's not that they're content, they don't know what to do. And so when they look for guidance in somebody that's doing something that they want, that mindset has to be told, hey, you can't be content. Stop being lazy. That's why we're pushing those men. The men that are already content of what they're doing are not looking for that level of guidance and influence. So like it's different.
See, this is what I'm saying. It sound like because you might know who I'm talking about that you're making excuses. They not talking to those guys. They talking to guys that's making $51,000 and anything up to $80,000 to $90,000. That's exactly who they talking about.
Aaron, I remember my point. You kind of made it for me.
Average men ain't young men who don't know what they want to do. Average men are working men who have jobs. They already set in place. So when they talking about these men and they talking about being average and they talking about being content, those the men who they're talking about. So I'm not gonna give them the benefit of the doubt to pretend like they talking to guys who just graduated high school, because they not, because those guys ain't average. So let's just be honest about this, who they're actually talking to.
So I think you confuse things with what I said. So I'm gonna clarify. There are some young guys. Now it ain't gotta be just high school. It could be a 25-year-old, 26-year-old, 7. Is some young guys that still don't have a level of direction. They're lost. And then there's some older guys that may be a little lost.
Don't have direction either.
They don't want to admit it.
Exactly.
Right? And then they congregate in the same areas because they haven't separated themselves. Like a message don't need to be received if I'm not there to receive it. So if I know where I'm at, if I walk into an Eminem arena and Eminem starts singing For the Moment, and I'm like, why are you singing that song? Like the rest of us know what our life is. Like, bro, I went into an Eminem concert. I know what I'm expecting here. There are times when people do things with malice. I don't disagree. But those men that are content should not be even having conversations with those men that are trying to inspire men to not be content. That's what I'm saying.
So
it shouldn't be your space. I understand what you're saying on that. It shouldn't even be your space.
Yeah, it's not your message.
But we just watched it.
The men who aren't comfortable being content.
Listen to what I said. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing against that. If that's what you're saying, I literally I said that. I just said that. They taking advantage of women wanting these things because they made it to a certain. I just said that's exactly what we just saw. I agree, and that's why I'm upset about it.
Can I a little bit? When you spoke on Mr. Let Go and you said he's framing it as an attack on men, right? And that's your problem. But then you kind of, the point I forgot you made it, which was, I don't know his background, right? And I don't know yours, right? But you're doing well for yourself, right?
No, I'm broke. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. But the point is, sometimes people are just genuinely projecting when they've had to take on a certain mindset so that they can become successful. This is now how they think and now how they operate as people, right? So sometimes when they're saying don't be comfortable being content, it's because this is their new mantra. This is their mentality, right? So I just don't think every time they say that it's because they're trying to attack men. It's more of it may not be in some people's opinion, the best approach, but it is their way of trying to motivate.
Yeah, but we know that's not him. So like for example,
do we know that?
I'm about to tell you how, because men know men, right? So for example, right, men know men gonna do what they want to do. So if you content, we know we're not changing that. We know we're not changing you being content. So to sit here and hear somebody say these men are content, or they broke then. No, what he's trying to tell them is y'all content men don't get women. That's what he's saying. Now the standard is that women get any man that they want. And Illa is combating that because I align more with what Illa is saying is if you want that man that got that money, go ahead and get him then and take what comes with it. Because when a man has to work through to make himself that great for you to even acknowledge him, to see him as valuable and look at those other men as less than, which is what happens, he gonna want something for all that work. And he not lying about that. He not lying about that.
No, I don't disagree with that. I just think it's a, like you said, it's a mindset shift, or like a mindset that you yourself clearly would have had to have, right? The idea that I'm just gonna go for bare minimum and be comfortable, people who are ambitious typically do not operate that way, men or women. They don't. So those would be the people who think like what he said. Being
Yeah, but-
content is not an option for me.
Yeah, that's fine. And
Right.
men that are content, right, are telling you go be with him then. And
Right.
then they telling you
Fair
he don't.
enough.
And so they're telling you, but we know that he don't want to pay for y'all, and he not really gonna help y'all. He not really gonna do this for y'all life. So you sitting there talking down for the men that you have access to is dumb. So either you want no man or you want Mr. Let Go's type of man, and he already got women, and you don't want to share. So y'all losing y'all own self in this battle.
No, but you said there
Yes.
are men who do not yet have direction, right?
Correct.
So why is it wrong to make those statements to the men who are still finding their
It's not wrong. It's what's implied, right? It's how he implies it, right? And I think the biggest issue is that everybody acknowledges it, right? But then when it comes to it, no one wants to follow the rules. I think this is the issue with most things that go on, right? So with people like, especially, so let's use the grifter. Let's use Mr. Let Go, right? The same guy who will tell men don't be content, you need more money, is the same guy that won't settle down with a woman.
Damn.
Right? So the thing that you want, that you admire in a man is something that he's never going to give you anyway. He's not going to give it to you. Right? But you can't. But
Well,
give me a
no,
second.
because most successful men are married. Most of them.
He said him.
No, he's saying the type of man.
No. He's
not
talking
like
about
But a lot of times, listen to what I'm saying, voice Venus, and I hear what you're saying, right? But this is what happens, right? Those guys that you said the most successful men are married, right? Those women usually came up with him, right, from the bottom. And if not, y'all see it every time, or the so-called worshipers, right, or the celebrities, they just dump wives like it's nothing, right? See, but the thing is, right, the most modern women, right, they'll be okay with that as long as they get a check. So again, like I said, what's it really about? Is it about money, or is it about you actually loving and growing with somebody? Right? So again, that, like I said, the problem I really have with people, right, just in this thing, right, is that people preach that they have these things, but they'll never share them with you, right? They'll say they're these outstanding qualities, but you or no other woman in their cipher will ever experience the benefit of it. Right? These men are these type of men are grifters, right? These guys that I see women shaking their head to and agreeing with, these the dudes that fuck you and leave you with a baby and then dip out, right? And cut you a check because that's all you was good for.
There are people who have jobs that really are demanding of their time. One group of those people are teachers, right? They wake up to their job, they take their job home with them. You know what I'm saying? It's very demanding of their time. And some teachers do make a lot of money. Shout out to my mom. She got to the bag being a teacher. But some people don't. But the fact of the matter is, we can't even get past accepting the definition of words, bro. Like, I can make $100K a year and be content. I can make $200K a year and be content. You know how I know this is possible? Because we know a nigga that make $1 million a month on YouTube. And his name ain't Mr. Let Go. So why is Mr. Let Go so content? Why is he not getting to $1 million a month like Mr. Beast? See, now you know what if he was here, that I don't know what he doing and you don't know this and I'm doing better than you. It'll turn into a dick measuring contest because people don't want to be challenged on what they're doing for themselves in their own lives.
I disagree with that part. I think the challenging has to be challenged by the right person. Like you not the one to check me. Like you got kids and I don't have kids. If I tell you kids act this way, you're gonna say you don't have no kids. You this ain't a conversation for me and you.
Wait,
let somebody else with kids tell me this. And I would argue.
What I said?
You said what, sir?
Did you understand what I said?
I understood what you said.
What did I say?
Yeah. So the comparison to people making $1 million or $10 million a month compared to, let's say, Mr. Beast making $50 million a month. And why you not doing that? I'm saying, unless Mr. Beast is asking him that, then that man don't be like, you don't talk to me. This ain't got nothing to do with you. You don't know what it take to do this. That's not a conversation. And I'm not saying that's right. What I'm saying is that it's the same thing when we have a conversation about kids and people who don't have kids. They'll say, even though it could be a logical answer, you don't have kids yet, so your answer, we're not trying to hear that. That's all. That's the only comparison I'm making.
Yeah, because what I was specifically said, I thought you was disagreeing with what I said at the end, which was that people don't like to be challenged on what it is, the choices that they made for themselves in their life. Like you don't get to determine for me what's enough, right? No, nobody likes that. Women don't like that. Men don't. Nobody wants that, right? Now you're saying that maybe a person would be more accepting of it if it was coming from somebody that's doing better than them, right? But I still think they would probably have a problem with it. Like a real person that's not one of those hierarchy, I'm gonna kiss your ass because you're making more money than me. Like they're not. It's like what difference does it make to you?
They look at it more like a challenge, in my opinion. From what I've heard and observed, they look at it more like a challenge, as opposed to somebody that ain't got no skin in this game. They're like, like, so it just depends on the individual sometimes. But I understand what you're saying.
So what's the end goal then, right? See, this is the thing what I always learned growing up in church about contentment is that if you never set a goal for yourself, right, there is never going to be an end. You're never going to be happy. You're never going to be satisfied. Nothing is ever going to be good enough. So when you say, this is what I want, whatever that is for you, and you reach that for somebody else to come along and tell you, well, you know, that's not enough, they can suck an asshole.
I'm with you.
What do you mean?
I'm with you on the contentment part and the arguments about that. I understand why women don't like contentment because they live in a world of fear. When they walk outside, they know, and as women could argue whatever they know they're under men. And it burns a lot of women's souls. Some women have a better acceptance of it, but they're under us. And they like, man, I was born as a woman. In this world, when I go outside, I have a different experience. And it's more difficult for them in their mind, and we don't experience that. So I understand them like, yo, I need protection. I know this could go bad because they believe they're very vulnerable. Even though we built up society to a point where almost everybody in America feels relatively safe in comparison to other countries, because ain't no reason a woman should be out at 1 in the morning going to the club and claim she's not safe, even though I understand the internal battle that women have. So I understand why they do that. I'm just in support of don't bother a man because he content where he at and go do more. Like, go do more. Like, leave that man alone if he content where he at. Now, if women are saying, I like men that are not content, and I like they say, I want men that's, what's the word that y'all like to use, Venus?
Ambitious.
Ambitious, yes. That means, by the way, that's code word. That means money, right? Regardless of what women will tell you, ambitious is code word, means money. Then go deal with those men. And the problem is, y'all often don't actually like what comes with dealing with those men after they already got the money. Y'all want to get with a man so that way y'all can prove some level of loyalty. Like, yo, I was with you when you didn't have nothing. So I want all the benefits of dealing with that ambitious man. And I want the loyalty that comes with the world that he's in now. Because that's what y'all want.
I think you guys' understanding of women is very much off. I gotta run because I gotta get ready for my show. This is a great conversation. I really like this show. But I'm gonna say this. Part of the whole content thing is there's nuance to it, right? If you're a man who's doing well for yourself, then it's okay. Like being content will not be challenged. I think the part that gets left out is like, don't be content with mediocrity, I think is the overall idea behind that. And I think that, to me, as a woman, a person who's just simply content with mediocrity, that will translate over into different areas of life and different areas into the relationship. Like people who just want to say, Granville, later, y'all.
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
That's wild.
Yeah, I think they had enough for her.
But the thing, I'm sorry.
I'm just
crazy, bro, for her to say that. Like, You see what I mean? It's men who are doing well for themselves, right? I can't argue with her, right? But in my belief, that is not what she means by that.
It's
What she
not.
means
It's
by
not.
that is a man who's doing well enough to take on a woman.
Not even that.
That's what she means.
It's a man that's willing to provide excess, right? Because you just having a house and paying your bills is not enough.
Right.
It's not enough, right? Because the understanding is the understanding again that I'm getting from these conversations is that most women, once they get into a relationship, want no financial responsibility whatsoever. They want your money to be their money and their money to be their money.
Yeah, so we're gonna get back to the video because I want to watch this argument really break down because dang, you said he had grifted. That's cold blooded. Lauren Mack says I'm hearing both genders don't trust each other. No, I think we kind of don't trust. I don't know if it's gender based. We don't trust our own abilities to identify which women gonna screw us over and not do us right, and women's ability to identify a man that's not gonna screw them over and do them right. I think that's what the biggest battle is. She says, I think we need to all go back to the drawing board. We need to think more macro. More money can help, but not if we're not financially responsible now. More money won't help. I'm gonna just tell you this now. Even dumb people with more money can help. Even dumb people with more money can help. Okay, just not long term. All right, let's get back to the video. Pull it up here.
Herself, she's making her money to pay her bills and to keep a roof over her head. So if she's able to do that on her own, and I'm able to do that on my own, if we can't make something happen of ourselves, then somebody's a fucking idiot.
Add 2 kids to that.
I mean, you're talking about a dysfunctional situation. We're not talking about
add 2 kids to that, and everything's fucked up. Because you ain't got no kids, and she ain't got no kids, and you're both sustaining yourselves, right? Y'all both are just sustaining. You add 2.
The average American is living paycheck to paycheck.
You have twins. She has twins. Y'all whole lives fucked up instantly.
That's not true. That's an opinion. People
Ladies, y'all agree?
Say about somebody. I mean, first of all, I don't think people who in that situation will go out and try to make babies overnight anyway. But I'm just saying, women.
Wait, what? What?
What?
I missed that.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
Here
I think
comes the
Illa's
fight
right.
box.
I think Illa's right for the most part from what I'm hearing. Yeah, they went to the box thing. The problem that I have is that if they're going to make the argument that these people are stupid, because that's what they're doing right now by arguing with Illa, saying, I don't think 2 people like that is just going to rush out and go have kids. And you look at Fantasy's face and you look at Mr. Let Go, they like, what? Yeah, they doing stupid stuff like that. So if they're going to be stupid, come on now. Stupid people get stupid outcomes.
Facts.
So trying to solve for that is insanity. I've already given Sherelle gave one of the solutions is y'all need to prepare for children. How are you trying to give a fix all solution to women that get to sleep with whoever they want and then deal with the consequences after, and men doing the same thing and then give it out to the whole world? No, that's why it's not gonna work. And them challenging Illa on that is actually arguing against their own point. They really don't realize it in this moment.
Well, I don't think people who in that situation will go out and try to make babies overnight anyway. But I'm just saying, women.
Wait, what? 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 What are you talking about?
I don't think people in that situation. I mean, you talk about ghetto ratchet shit. I know a lot of people.
Ratchet shit. Everybody's making babies.
That's everyday shit. I don't know.
People making babies now.
Damn, man. I don't
See, this just goes to show you that people like to argue just to argue, right? The birth rate is declining. The rate at which women are having children is at historical lows. Like, it's problematic for other meaningful reasons to society. So to sit here and act like people just going out there and making babies is actually inaccurate, especially when you're making the comparison to what used to happen.
Well, this is what I'll say. I think that's a good point that you just made, but I think it loses because they are talking about a specific group of people. And there is something about Black men and women that when they get together, shit go left.
Oh, okay.
Like
So
when black people get together, here come the kids immediately.
I'm just gonna keep it a being with y'all.
Ridiculous, bro.
I'm gonna keep it a being with y'all. I work for the school district, and they're closing 3 schools next year due to lack of children being born. In my town of 200,000 plus, people not having kids like that, y'all.
Yeah, people, Rick, people, but niggas and chicks getting into relationships with each other and living together.
Niggas too.
That's
Niggas
the
too.
difference.
Niggas
That's
too.
different.
Listen to what I'm saying. I think we don't look at this on a broader scale of how people are really looking when they go into relationships. Kids are on the back burner because of money. Kids are not being made, aren't being made as reckless as they used to be because money's not how it used to be, and these social programs are getting shut down left and right. People is not having babies like that no more.
I'm hearing you. Let me use the numbers and maybe this will clarify for you. So, 51% of black men don't have no kids. You got 30% that's married. Let's just say they all have kids.
Up to a certain age, right?
It's of men general. Men in general.
Okay, just men in general. Got it.
All ages, right? 51% don't have no kids. 30% married. That's 20% left, right? I'm saying in that 20%, yes, kids probably are down as far as them being couples a little bit, but the majority, I still would argue 51% of that 20% and probably 90% of that 30% of married men absolutely have kids. And they're having those kids with multiple women. I'm not disagreeing that the numbers are down. I'm saying for some reason, it seems like when we get into these relationships, we absolutely go straight to making babies and make it harder on ourselves.
So
And we're just talking about the kids that are being born. We're not talking about the ones that's not being born. Understand that part of the conversation. So we're not talking about those. We're talking about the ones that are being born. And of the ones that are being born, they are absolutely coming that way, bro. With two people getting together and not taking the time, as Sherelle has eloquently put it, to prepare for the children. Just getting together. Soon as they start sleeping together, soon as they start living together, immediately the condoms come off, the IUDs go away, the pills go away, here come a baby.
Yeah, but see, those are the people that have a chance to lose, though. Like you know me, I talk about winners and losers all the time. Reality is reality for me. So reality don't have to wake me up because I see it. Like, so if you doing stuff like that, you're gonna suffer the consequence. And so if they're making the argument that there are a bunch of people getting together just having kids without, preparing for it, those are the ones that are dumb and get to lose then. Why are we trying to make an argument to help them win when they ain't even trying to win themselves?
And it may be anecdotal. I can't speak for everybody on the panel, but I know a couple of them chicks got kids. And I know that's exactly how them kids came. They weren't prepared for it. They wasn't inside no marriages. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I said we're just talking about the ones that are being born, right? So I get your point that you're making, though, that
you're talking about
I think
women,
you do have to live in reality, though.
You're talking about women that already have kids and things like that, right? But if you're looking on an annual basis and things like that is decreasing, and then younger people are not even having them as much as they used to. Like the age is getting pushed up to when you're having children now, higher and higher year after year. So yes, if we're talking about people who already have children, I'm in agreement with you. But going forward in projections and what's been happening, they're not making children. That's the difference. So there are women that are already in this circumstance that we can collect that data and extrapolate there. But the ones going forward, that's not what's happening.
So I guess where me and you probably differ at is that you believe that these women who aren't having kids are also in long-term relationships. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all.
That you make an interesting point there. It's hard for me to decide because I know people, and I don't use anecdotal at this point, that if you say are not Black, that they prepare a lot more. So I see them being on birth control and not having kids for 10 years and stuff like that, 7, 8, 9 years. I see it all the time. But if your argument is black people, because y'all call them ninjas,
Mhm.
they don't do that nonsense. They don't prepare. I mean, I won't fight you on that. I'm not.
Well, again, my argument was just about the kids that are being born, right? I'm saying that the specific demographic that it seems like they're talking about right now is the dude that's doing average dude, a woman that's doing average woman. And I'm saying absolutely when those people get together, long-term relationships, living together, yep, it's a oops baby in there.
I got you.
It's a non-prepared for a child in that mix. Absolutely.
Okay, that makes sense. I got you. I've already started to make the argument that society has to adjust for, and people don't like it, the non-nuclear family, because younger people are much better at not keeping kids away from their dad and stuff. The women these are not really doing the same mistakes that was done earlier. They're like, we can co-parent, is good. They're using the child as a weapon less and less, is what I'm saying, and they're more apt to be able to try to co-parent more than ever. Now, once we develop systems and mechanisms around raising children without being together, because this is where it's going, whether we like it or not, I'm not about what people like, I'm about seeing what's happening, then society could probably start to get a little bit better. That doesn't mean people are going to be happy because of that.
I don't know if they're, well, matter of fact, I would bet good money that they're not going to go into this, because these people don't know how to have conversations like you, myself, and Ricky. But my mindset right now is connected to ills, because it's like if I'm doing my thing and you doing your thing, especially once we come together, that just eliminated a bunch of bills for one of us, right? I don't understand how it is that you can make the argument that men need to be doing so much better when, if you're coming in and you're already doing what you're doing, let's just say, let's use the averages, 51,000 and 48,000. Well, your 48,000 was going towards your rent, light, gas, internet, all this other stuff that you had over there. Now you don't have that no more. Rent and car note and insurance is usually people's biggest bills. So you might still have your car note and insurance, but you don't have now your rent, your light, your gas, house phone if you had it, your internet at the home if you had it. You probably just freed yourself up somewhere between $1,500 to $2,000 a month.
Don't forget one food bill instead of two.
Yeah, well, the food bill, it would decrease to Ricky's point, right? Because of the fact that now we're eating together. So again, at that point, why is it that you can't be, let me stack all this? Like right now, this is what I'm telling my son. He just graduated high school, 18. Okay, look, time to quit the pizzeria, time to go get a little warehouse job. For just give me a year on that. $18 an hour at a minimum, right? You can legitimately be saving $2,500 a month because you live with your mom. You don't have to pay rent, light, gas, none of that other stuff. You have no bills. You have no car note, no none of that.
Yeah,
you can legitimately be saving $2,500 a month. 10 months, that's $25,000, right? So I'm saying, why can't we do this with the relationships? If you just freed yourself from $1,500 to $2,000 a month in bills, because we moving in together, okay, why can't we now take that same $2,000 I was just putting on bills, and I'm finna say this every month, you know what I'm saying, for the next year?
I can answer that. I can answer it because I understand where you're going with it, right? And then I want to get back to the video or get Red Pill or Ricky's thought, but because a lot of these women are they're promiscuous, but they're on birth control. So a lot somebody just read a stat that women have now surpassed single men as first-time home buyers or purchasers of homes, right? So they're conducting things outside of a relationships. They're making acquisitions. They're doing things while not being paired. So by the time it comes to the pairing part, women are saying, hey, I got my own house, but you can't move in with me because you ain't a real man. So men are like, I'm not buying a house because that's a dumb financial move, and that's probably not smart, or they can't afford it, or women can afford it, or they're making a dumb move or a smart move. And they're also saying you're not a real man unless you buy the house. I need to move into where you stay at. You're a provider, etc. So there's conflict already. So women are not a woman's not going to move into a man's smaller area and do that strategy. If she already bought a home, she's going to say, well, I bought a home. Why haven't you? So
those chicks straddling around 30 and 60 ain't did that, I don't think, though. And that's what I'm talking about, the average people, right? We understand there may be this kind of conflict with the people who feel like they're faring better.
Okay.
But just with the average people, I don't understand as it pertains to us blacks, because this isn't happening with whites. This isn't happening with Mexicans. This isn't happening with Asians. Those average people, average earning, average looking, average everything, get together.
So
they don't make all these excuses for why they can't do it. They just do it.
Yeah, you actually don't know. A lot of Asians are really antisocial, and a lot of those women be alone, and a lot of those men be alone more than you guys actually know. And they are much more family oriented. They actually live at home longer. The sons live with their moms. The daughters stay with their moms. They live at home much longer than we do. We get kicked out much faster. That's starting to change, but their bonds are much stronger because the style of tradition that they have is more conducive to financial outcomes in America. Like when their New Year's comes up, they get these red envelopes. I've showed you a bunch of my red envelopes that even I've gotten, right? When people get married, they write checks. They get money. We don't do that. We say, you broke. You can't give me the dream wedding I want. Well, your dad supposed to pay for that. Their parents actually pay a lot of the times like that. Like the structure is different, so we can't make apples to apples comparisons, right? But they are more likely to get together. That part is
they married over 60%, and the women work at about a 60%
correct,
clip.
because I work with a lot of those women. So
right.
I get that part. I get that part. Why don't we get together more is a really, really, really good question. And I'm trying to refrain from just saying something just so out like landish. I
got it.
that.
Check this out.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to say Mr. Lego's his brain smooth like his head. He a smooth brain ass nigga.
You ain't gotta do Lego like that.
He'll walk in contradiction. It's real bad. He talk about red pill and talk about all that stuff, but then he'll say women are children and act like children and compare women and children on the regular, which is a very red pill racist statement. So it's weird that he just say stuff. He don't even think it out. Secondly, I want to say, basically, these women want men to be ambitious and get all this because they don't want to work. They want you to have more money, so either they don't have to work or they can use that money or only do stuff they want to do.
That's not true.
Because immediately, though, like immediately.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. Because it's not absolute.
I'm not disagreeing with you, though. Just so you know, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying,
I'm going to fight the other argument. I don't make this boring. I'm going to fight the other argument. Go ahead.
It's not absolute, but it is true in not all cases, but most, far too many. They want you to get as much as possible so they can get to soft life and retire, or either only use their money for trips and extras and things like that. That's why it's such a push. Because like Pac said, if I'm making $50K and you paying for your apartment and I'm paying for my apartment, you making $50K, I'm paying for my apartment, we can get one together and save mad money. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that simply by the fact is, number one, they're not going to respect you if you ain't paying for everything, or at least 75% of everything, because they feel respect is based on monetary, what you put into money-wise. Not all, most, far too goddamn many.
No, this what it is, Red Pill, because I'm going to have you over here talking up a man. Women ultimately don't want to lose. So like a lot of times we confuse these things. See, that's why I talk about winners and losers. It ain't that they just want to keep their money to themselves. It's just, hey, if I get with a guy, are we gonna win? Because women will cash out. It's women in the chat that got money. I will give my man money if he need money. I got his back. As long as they know they man's a winner, they take my check. Do what you got to do. Like, I know how hard it is to get a good man out here, so they just want to win. So it's not that they want to keep their money to buy purses and all that. If they get a man that's normally taking care of stuff, ain't no problem, know how to manage his money. They like, here, no problem. Let's put our money together. They just want to win. It's not just selfishness.
You're talking about a small majority.
No, I'm talking about the large majority of women that we look over because we don't want to discuss that. They
Right.
want
That's
to
absolutely-
win, bro. I'm
Oh,
telling
wait. What you mean by that? What you mean
Women
by
do not
that?
like spending their
I'm
own
trying to
money.
expound on it.
Hold on, Red
You
Pill. Hold on,
hear
Red
him.
Pill. Hey, what you mean by the ones we look over? Who are those?
Why bad bitches?
The ones we look over are the everyday women. The women that we talking about now, let's talk about you need to make 6 figures, this, and that. Those are the ones we talking about. They fall into that group. It's just the way they express something, they're not effective communicators like they claim that they are. They're not really good at this. This is why most of the women that you see are skilled. There's a man around, and they don't like to admit it, but the truth is the truth. Whether it's they dad, call it what you want. But whenever you hear a woman that's so skilled at speaking, so logical and fluid and all these things, there's a man around. These women, so that's why we actually do the mansplaining that they call when they say I want a man that's ambitious is money. We know they don't just break it down. I need a man that works 79 hours a week, that makes at least $29 per hour, somebody that puts 8% into this account. They're not specific like that. These women just don't want to lose. And if they know you're a winner, they will cash out, they will buy you things, they will do things for you. If they know you're a loser, they're like, I might feel something for you, but ultimately this joy, this excitement that I'm getting, I got to hold on to my cash and my money because you're going to burn me. I'm going to take an L messing with you, and I know I shouldn't do it, but my excitement supersedes my logic. And that's what women talk about, the young, dumb women. They talk about the ones that was having too much fun and they got caught up in the situation because it superseded their logic. Women have no problem giving money to men as long as you're a winner.
They have no money giving nothing. They have no problem giving money to men that they fucking got true burning desire for. Most of the times they feel they settle for these men, so they not finna give this nigga no money if she really wanted 6'2", but he was 5'9", and he was okay though, and she fucked with him. She not finna break. They only break bread for that nigga. Women only break bread for that guy that they see as that nigga in whatever way he is that nigga. It don't have to be physical. It don't have to be money. It don't have to be status. They only break bread like that for that nigga. They not doing that shit on a wide scale.
Wait, let me reframe real quick because the verbiage, I don't like the verbiage because the verbiage makes it seem like we're not talking about the same people. Yes, I've gotten a lot of money out of a lot of women. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about doing the right thing. I'm talking about two people get together, plan it out, map it out. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna open up these accounts. We're gonna save this money. We're gonna get to this much. Then we're gonna go open up this. We're gonna go purchase this. We're gonna plan this. Then we're gonna go get married. Then after we get married, we're gonna do a little bit more saving, a little bit more building. Then we're gonna start. I'm talking about those people. I'm not talking about like, yo, baby, I'm trying to go grab these 2 ounces. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking not give the man money. That's the part I didn't like. Give the man money. I'm not talking about give the man money. I'm talking about doing the right thing. I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying, building together actually. We move in together now. I'm going to not think, well, since I don't have rent like gas, let me call the homegirls and say we going outside more often. Let me go ahead and take these trips now. Let me go buy me some more purses and some more shoes. No, let me take all of this money that I was making and literally that I was putting towards these bills and literally put it up. Every last dime of it. Nothing changes. That money is still out of sight, out of mind, but it's in an account now because we're planning for our future.
So you're talking about doing the right things, and I'm telling you about why they're doing things. So, for example, right? If a woman sees that you're articulate, they clearly find that as an indicator of something, right? They're like, okay, this man ain't even emotional. Like he controlled, he's articulate, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. They're looking for indicators of a man's abilities, right? And so that's why if you ain't got no money, but you got a mouthpiece, they still getting women. But if you give the woman the idea that, oh, you a winner, you just ain't won yet, she's like, perfect. I can get with him before he gets to all that success and get all the benefits of being down and loyal. That's part of the strategy. But if they know that you might not take us in a winning direction, but they're getting excitement out of this, the money that they save, that's for them to bail when they ultimately you fail on them because they don't see you as going to be that winner. They know they shouldn't really be doing this, but the benefits of dealing with you is you're not really structuring them. You're not really putting a lot of pressure on them for them to act right, be better. They get to be themselves, enjoy what they like about you, and keep their reserve funds. A man that's him, that got structure and things like that, it's a lot that comes with dealing with a man like that. This is why you keep hearing women say, I deal with men with money all the time. It ain't all that. Because it ain't always the experience that they want because they can't act up. Women that deal with men that they know they shouldn't deal with, it's a benefit to them because they get to act up. So I'm saying if a woman sees you as a winner, she will invest her money that you ain't even got right now so you can do better. But if she not sure if you're a winner, she's stacking that money like, just in case, because I don't really know if he gonna come through. She don't want to have to expense her money on the things that you're doing and stuff like that to ultimately fail. Women want to win. They don't want to gamble. They want jackpot, ding, 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 we win.
And that's the
Listen
point.
to what they're saying.
How many guys they really see as winners? And that's the point. So my
Yeah,
point
I was just about to say.
I can answer that.
My point is what you're saying. They do, but they barely do it. It's statistically irrelevant that women out here rolling out, swiping their car, swiping for men because they constantly say we stupid, we dumb, we broke, we this. It's only a very small percentile of men that they willing to do this for. Therefore, it's pointless to even bring it up because they don't see most guys as winners enough to do that. These women can't even get an understanding. If you make money and you can't go on trips every month, that you barely surviving.
Right.
If you pay all your bills, you got working cars, you got food in the refrigerator, you ain't never missed a meal, you ain't never paid nothing on a bill, the mortgage ain't never behind. But at the end of the month, you might got $200-300 to do little stuff with. You barely surviving.
Now y'all doing something. Nope. Now y'all doing something and being disingenuous, painting like that's what normally men are doing. See, I'm not one of those. I'm not about to paint that rosy, nice image that women are.
I'm not going to even say that. I'm not going to even say
It is
that.
what the average man is doing.
Venus said barely surviving, but what women call barely surviving is normal shit. Like Uncle Rick said, what all of us do around this bitch, we all barely surviving. That's not barely surviving. Women so unrealistic, they don't understand what barely surviving is. That's normal life.
Wait, stop.
I've been in Iraq and Afghanistan.
No,
I know what barely surviving is.
Nope. Let me get to Ricky. Did you want to say something before I counter what he said?
Again, I agree wholeheartedly with what Aaron said, right? I agree wholeheartedly. But again, we got to be honest. We can't sit up there and say this is the expectation when we know for a fact, right? If we know for a fact that the majority, not the loud majority, not the quiet majority, the majority of people are making it. But y'all know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's like so again, it's a disingenuous argument for you to say that's what you want of all men when in this country we live in. Everybody can't be a millionaire. Everybody can't be a 200,000-aire. That's unrealistic.
Facts.
Right? Now, I hear again, listen to what I'm saying, what I always say. I understand we all gotta eat, but how hungry are you? Right? When does it get to the point where you're full? That's what content is. Right? I done had my steak dinner, right? I done had my vacation for this 6 months, this 4 months, the year. Like, when do you become content?
Right.
When, right? Because and listen to what I'm saying. The argument I have is that if you want to chase dough, chase dough, right? If that's your end game, you're going to be chasing dough all your life, right? So no matter what people say, right, rich or poor, when you chasing money, something else is going to suffer. Something else is going to suffer, right? So when it gets to the point, and this is just me observing what I see, right? When a man's about his money, it's, oh, you're not at home enough, right? But when he's making bills, right? He's paying a mortgage. Then it's not, you're not ambitious.
Yeah.
Right? Who are you? Who is again, my question is this. If I am the one in charge of making everything happen, who are you to tell me what happens?
I will disagree with that.
Yeah, I'm man. Aaron, I don't know how you don't see this one. I don't.
I just told you I'm gonna argue the other side. I literally just said that. But go ahead.
You did. Well, you're saying you're going to argue it, but does that mean that you agree with it or what? Because
that's irrelevant. Make your point.
It's not irrelevant to me. You know I care about which side you stand on. I'm always going to care about which side you stand on. But I'm saying, because honestly, to me, it always comes down to majority minority, right? So if you're asking me, I'm going to say yes, the majority of women will get with a dude. But I agree with Red Pill that the majority of those women who get with a dude think they're settling. They always think they could do better. I could have had somebody tall. I could have had somebody cute. I could have had somebody with more money, right? So, and I think that's the real reason why they don't do right in the relationships.
That could be true. I could definitely make that argument with you. But from what I understand about women, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Women want to feel like they won. Men don't necessarily want to feel like we won. We just want to feel like we ain't getting played. And there's a big distinction there because we don't actually feel like we're deserving of things. This is why men have lower confidence than women sometimes, which is ridiculous because we shouldn't, right? So women want to feel like they won when they get you like, yeah, I won. They want to feel like a winner. We just want to feel like we're not getting played, right? So when you look at it like that, it's not that they think they're settling, is that if they don't feel like they're winning, then they're upset.
But winning is subjective. They want to, you're right, they want to be winners, but when they need help getting with that dude they're attracted to, that's a temporary win for them. They're gonna feel like they're settling, like they need help financially. So they get with they get with Jerry that's 5'6" with the cow licks and 80 pounds overweight. They'll get with Jerry because them kids and them bills and the economy kicking their ass.
Right.
Okay, with him and they winning off of him. But at the same time, they'll never take him serious. They don't do it wrong because they selling in for that win. You can settle and still get a little temporary win out of it. And that's what most of these women doing these days. They get a settlement win by fucking with a nigga they ain't really fucking with like that and draining his limited resources so she can live a more comfortable life. But she really don't fuck with him like that. And she monkey branching the whole time.
The problem is, right, a lot of times men, because of who they are, don't want to genuinely acknowledge the experience that women can go through. So, for example, right, we saying people living paycheck to paycheck, right? Y'all giving the story that maybe the man is paying his bills and he getting by and da da da. If the national credit card debt for a household is what, maybe a little over probably $6,000-7,000. That's a couple months of expenses for most people. So women are dealing with guys that might be behind on the rent, might be behind on the mortgage, might need an extra day here, might need this. They're not getting this whole everything is just running smooth. There's turbulence there. And when there's turbulence, women are nervous. They're like, I got you, Bobby. So there's a little bit of
normal. Right? I thought that was regular. Like your job, your bills, your debt. Like it seemed like that's like I don't think I know anybody who don't have credit card debt.
I don't.
You know what I'm saying? Like okay, you don't have it, but I don't really know you because this is not really you. You're actually an AI avatar. I found that out yesterday.
I can show you. I can show you my
Aaron ain't real, y'all. I found that out yesterday. This whole time he a bot. But I'm saying you also cheating, right? Because you have a monopoly on the information as it pertains to credit due to your experience in your work field, right? And you don't share it with anybody because you want us all to fail. But the point is that
yeah, Aaron, you're a gatekeeper. You're a gatekeeper.
But I'm just saying that's regular though, like job, bills, credit debt, right? Like that's everybody. You know, I don't even got a job and I got credit debt. Like, what are we talking about? Right. So I'm just saying, like, I think that's regular. You pay your monthlies. Depending on how small it is, you might put a little bit more on it. Like if they send me a bill and it's $35, I just send $50.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
But
so
now you're leading into the what Let Go said is, if you have another kid, your life is over, because now you saying like you already pay a little bit here. A situation happened. It will take a woman from knowing, all right, we having a little bit of turbulence to red alert. Red alert is what he's saying ultimately.
True, but here's the thing though. Okay, I'm glad you brought us back to that. Aaron, yes, but the original point was you don't gotta pay bills no more. So that still shouldn't even matter. It's two incomes.
That's the false story that we given. Women are not getting those opportunities to move in with a guy that's already established, and they don't have to pay bills anymore. That's not actually
because they're overlooking those men. I can make the overlook argument just the same as you did, right? Because Aaron, 51 and 48 is 100. I know it ain't really, but it's 100.
I get it.
Okay, so if you telling a man that he need to make 6 figures and we make 6 figures together, how is that not enough money for us to take care of a kid? This ain't making no sense to me. It's enough money for a man to take care of a kid and a woman if he makes 6 figures. But if we both make 6 figures, somehow it ain't enough. Make it make sense, bro.
Because they want that fuck off money. They want that pop. They want that nest egg. They want to save. They want a vacation. They want to keep with the Kardashians. They
Wait. Hold on. Red pill. Hold on. I will concede to you as it pertains to that argument about the woman. I'm already in agreement with you on that. I'm talking about these niggas. I'm talking about a Mr. Let Go who
He
was
full of
sit on the
shit.
panel and
Look at
not
his
understand this. How you gonna tell a man that he needs to make 6 figures so he can take care of a woman and a kid, but if they both make 6 figures together, somehow it ain't enough money? I'm trying to figure out the logic.
So we've already established that Mr. Lego don't know what the hell he's talking about. He don't. He might do well. He might make a lot of money, but he has no idea what he's talking about. Because me and podcasts can get together and make the argument that we know a bunch of Latino families that they ain't making 6 figures and they got 4 or 5 kids.
Absolutely.
It ain't nobody starving.
Hey, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
So the arguments can be made, and I see it happen all the time. It's like, but we broke if we ain't doing exactly what they doing. I get that part.
Right.
And that's the selling part, and that's the part where me and Ricky agree. You telling these women what should be done, but you ain't gonna do it for them. Selling y'all this hopeless dream, and it's setting women up for failure. And
That's a
I
fact.
agree with that. That's why I always call it out.
Mr. Lego trying to sell that card game. You trying to sell that card game?
Hey, we don't do no player hating over here. Let Mr. Lego get his chips.
He hating on all men.
Hey, listen.
Shit. He's a master player hater.
Listen, shout out to Let Go getting his money as an entrepreneur. That's my number one rule. We don't do no hate now. Shout out Dragon TV says for the water fund because we broke over here. 100%. Everybody know I'm broke on YouTube. And I ain't ashamed. See, that's why I don't be running around trying to chase down these women.
I'm broke, baby. I be trying to tell you, I'm broke.
I'm too broke for one. So that's why they be mad at me because I'm an incel. Shout out to JJ Carver, who is also the sponsor of the last show. Salute to you. Gang. And Granville says, filthy southern mouth says, I'm here, Trick. Come build with me. We gonna be up. I'm gonna be your guidance. We gonna be fly. We gonna be great. Trick, I can turn you 50 cents to $1. Just come holler. He ox. Let me put the bandit in your life. I'ma get you right. Why would you say all of that?
That was crazy.
Granville a fool with it, man.
Oh, he's acting up right now. He is acting up
Poppy
right
Blanco, what's happening?
He's stupid.
I heard
Yeah,
that
what
in
y'all
Granville
doing
voice.
tonight, man?
We just getting through Let Go. Like, to me, Illa is cooking. Illa is crafting this right. And I think Let Go is trying to sell this experience that is not true. It don't take now. Fantasies in the chat going off. It does take this much money to raise all these kids. She
ain't got no kids.
She Fantasy does have kids. She's a lie and she's wrong.
Yeah,
but
she's a baby mama.
Yeah, she got kids. But I understand her need to say that. We understand the need to say that. But come on now, we all know families that don't have that money that have children. They're not starving. They just may not have the lifestyle that they have. So we got to stop selling. That's why what is broke is such a big argument. Because they're making claims of what is broke. And we both know it to not actually be broke. It's just not what you want. That's the biggest difference. Let me get back to the video because Let Go is rubbing the shiny So maybe he got some wisdom he about to drop on us.
Got her pregnant. You gonna
People making babies now.
Damn, man, I don't got her pregnant. You gonna keep it? Niggas be mad because she keep the damn baby out. He don't nut at her. Damn, man, she gonna keep the baby. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Yes. You can be mad if she keeps the baby. You don't think you can be? What do you guys think about that before we go forward? This man said guys are mad because she wants to keep the baby.
I think a man can be mad. I'll still take care of the baby, but yeah, if I tell you ain't ready for some shit and you go do it anyway, I'm gonna be a little mad at you, because if you not ready, you gonna delete the little joker, and I'll be just sitting in the car crying at the A-word clinic. So if I gotta sit in the car and cry, if I want my son, ain't nothing I can do but cry in the car. But you ain't ready. I just gotta take it when I'm ready. When I'm not ready, then I still gotta do it regardless, and it's bull crap. So yeah, I'll take care of the kid, but a man got the right to be mad at her. Of course, don't take it out on the kid, but yeah, I'd be mad at her. Girl, you know I would. Not, but I'm gonna do my duty. I'm gonna do my duty though.
There's no need for me to add anything to that.
That's a good point. One Queen Lady E says, Aaron, in all realness, who doesn't want to win? Well,
what's a win to you?
So
what's a win to you?
Yeah, the statements is different. Who doesn't want to win? Well, some people just don't want to lose, and there's a big difference in that. Some people plan not to lose, they not necessarily plan to win. And it's very hard for people to see the difference without understanding. I don't want to win, but I don't want to lose. And there's a middle ground there for the people that understand the differences. So I think that you have to really look at the fact that what men would have to do to win compared to just not doing too much and just being okay is a very wide gap. Okay, AL says, why is he not paying bills and expectation? Or why is her not paying bills and expectation? Because that's traditionally what has happened, and that's what women say that they want. Whether you agree with it or not, that's why that's their expectation. Okay.
Women have always worked in some form of fashion and brought money and income into the household.
Y'all love
caveman days.
Y'all love to paint these narratives. Women have always worked
In some form of fashion, yes.
Yes, but that's not what he said. He says, let me repeat what he says. Why is her not paying bills an expectation? See, there's a difference between women working and paying bills. So
when she get that money, I'm gonna pay the bills with it.
They've always worked, but the expectation has been, and traditionally, that the man carries the financial load. So again, in most cases, if a woman worked, it was her pocketbook money, and y'all know this.
You know what another expectation was, though, for your wife to be not be deflowered before you meet her, for her not to have another dude kids, and for her not to be morbidly obese. So when expectations are expectations, we're gonna talk about expectations and traditional shit. Let's stick to all of it. Shut the fuck up.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But
it's just for the women.
No. But I'm gonna push back on your point, right? So again, if that's what men want traditionally, they need to stop messing with these women out here that's not giving them what they standard is. Correct?
No. And vice versa.
No. See, you fell for the trap, Red Pill. You can't do that.
I'll counter the trap for you, podcast. Don't worry, right? DDG, right? One of my favorite youngin, right? Really getting to it, really smart kid, valedictorian of his school. I really, really like DDG, right? He is the exact example of what maybe like older school guys would have been like, not identical, but just to this point, right? He is dealing with a Disney star, a woman that we really can't link her to no other man. And he just produced a child with her. Before that, he was messing with one of these women that we all know, okay, named Ruby Rose, okay? He ain't had no child with her. That's the wife, that's the woman, and that's the one I'm going to play with. See, the difference is Ricky is saying you can't get caught up with the woman you want to play with. You got to still do the deed. And that's what ultimately needs to be. Because men ain't going to never stop being men.
But yeah, that has nothing to do with like these women want traditional expectations of you paying all the bills, but they coming into you with untraditional box. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I get that part. Who has that background echo? I don't know. It might be Papi Blanco. He looks like a calf muscles with his eyes. I ain't trying to. Come on, man. I ain't.
That is crazy, bro. Like to say that to somebody.
Hey, listen, man. Shout out to Mr.
Yo,
Lego.
you look like a calf muscle. Like right there as alone is just like hilarious. You don't say that to nobody.
Yeah, so I just disagree with him with the part of men being upset that she keeping it. You have every right to be upset in this modern time. You have every right to be upset in this modern time. Most guys are not upset if we discuss this. Most guys are not upset if we say, yeah, let's have a child together. What's happening is women are getting the best of both worlds. They're getting to be able to be like, look, if I get all the options, because optionality, I'm gonna use that word often for you guys because I want y'all to be able to push that out there. Men deserve optionality too, especially in our world. So I hate to tell you, if like Red Pill said, if you get pregnant and you want to get rid of it, I have to go cry in the car is 100% fact. And so he can be upset and angry. He still got to pay because me, Ricky, and Red Pill got together and said, bro, you still a man in this world. So you still have to pay. You still got to pay, but you ain't got to be there if you don't want to be there because that's life. And it is what it is. Everybody get to make their choices. And before we continue on with the video, I will highlight such evidence. So, Your Honor, I'd like to present evidence. This is Exhibit A, okay?
Just a couple of things I can't do because I had an abortion yesterday.
Was it mine?
Yeah, of course it was yours. I didn't want to talk about it beforehand. I just wanted to do it. But I haven't shared with boyfriends in the past. I'm trying to be more open with you.
So you're trying to be open with me. How many abortions have you had?
I'm not going to share that with you because that is private.
None. It's not private. I've got no girls pregnant except for you now.
That was an appropriate reaction to being given the news that your son or daughter was just.
It's all the evidence you need to see.
So who's inappropriate though? I want to know who she's saying was inappropriate.
No. I'm not going to let any more play on. I've already presented evidence to the court. Okay, this is the Aaron O show. I presented my evidence to the court to support Red Pill. He don't know, but I'm always prepared for these conversations. People don't want these problems with me. Leave me alone. I'm just trying to let y'all know is right now, let go is wrong. He's wrong.
Yeah, he do look like a calf too.
Aaron, just to make sure I clarify, and I can clip you later. So this idea,
He gonna clip your ass.
Clip.
That's that. Yeah, no,
you gotta say pause, bro.
Bro, ain't nothing funny about clip.
You out here giving circumcisions.
I ain't never heard anybody say, "Yo, oh my
You gotta
God,
say a
that's
double pause
crazy."
podcast. You gotta say it, bro.
That foreskin.
I wasn't even thinking about that, Rick. That's crazy. Okay, so listen.
Let's start with pause, bro.
Point, but I just want, like I said, I always want to make sure. So this idea, because it's not the first place I've heard people say this idea about men need to stop messing with a certain demographic of women, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm juxtaposing it next to
poor bitches.
I'm juxtaposing it next to a man that don't have a job. He trying to wait until he can get that job where he make $100,000 a year. But he's not accepting no other job in the meanwhile. What would they say about that man?
He's ambitious.
No, they would say he's a fool, right? Bro, in the meanwhile,
Bitch would say he's ambitious, though.
Like, I get it that you're trying to get to this point, but in the meanwhile, get a job, bro. Work a job, right? Ironically, a lot of men who work the A job get roasted for having that very job. But when a nigga don't got a job, the point is go get a job just so you can say you have a job, even though we're going to talk shit about you when you get that job.
Oh my gosh. If you don't dumb it down a little bit, that's too much stuff to fall out.
How? All I'm trying to ask you is, we know how this plays out. a man could want a job that's paying a whole bunch of money, but they will tell him in the meanwhile, you can't not take care of yourself. You can't not do this, do that. Get a job, right? So why we can't use that same logic as it pertains to women? This is gonna be my pushback as it pertains to dealing with men in the red pill space who keep trying to tell men to not sleep with those less desirable women.
Okay, so
for a man to take a less desirable job, that makes sense, but don't have sex with less desirable women when that's also an innate need.
Well, I think what Ricky is saying, because
Not Ricky, Fresh and Fit, all these other red pill
okay,
content
fine,
creators.
but he said something similar.
They said don't make kids with them, don't marry them. They said fuck them. You can fuck less desirable women.
That's probably true. So, but the difference is you got to deal with your consequences, and as a man, we gonna accept that that's what you already got to know, bro. So, like, we might tell you stop doing that, you gonna still do what you want to do, but you as a man got to deal with your consequences, and we have a better chance of understanding that you know what accountability is than knowing that women are likely to have an acceptance of that.
And I just gotta defend the red pill. No one in the red pill community, I ain't gonna say no one because it's not controlled like that, but the vast majority, most, damn near all, never tell dudes not to fuck hoes.
I'm not.
I'm just saying. They said don't wife them.
No, red pill. So let me correct it. Maybe not so much red pill, but the manosphere, this space. I say I got to start clipping everything so people can know that I'm not making up stuff. The pod mob knows I'm not making up stuff, but I need for everybody else to know it either, right? I cannot tell you how many times I've heard in this space that niggas need to leave them chicks alone. Them chicks, whatever them chicks is, right? Niggas need to stop dealing with those kind of women. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard that, and I'm usually on the same few panels. So
they might not be
heard it in this space.
They might not be manosphere and definitely not red pill. That's all I'm saying.
No, this is not a red pill channel, my Reed. You know that. You know me.
So that's the way. So just so you know, Aaron, that's the ideology that I'm pushing back on. It's the ideology that you're gonna tell me not to accept the substandard woman, but it's okay to accept a substandard job. Make it make sense. I think they're both innate needs.
Yeah. So I would
argue, an outlier. We can't use.
I would argue two things. One, you have more immediate control over. So, like, if you don't qualify for certain jobs, you gonna just take what you can get. But you not dealing with no women, it's completely up to you to do or not. So it's not the best comparison. I get the point, but you ain't got to deal with no women. It's men that be like, I'm focused these last 2 years. I just been grinding. I ain't even talked to no women like that. But I had a job to make sure I stayed afloat, just as a citizen, as somebody that contributes to society. But you don't have to deal with a woman for that to exist. So if you just
you don't think that, let's just call it intimacy, right? You don't think intimacy with a woman is priority for men?
Yes, it's a priority for men, but it's definitely a priority for men that are not as accomplished as men that are more accomplished. So men that like Mark Zuckerberg is not a priority for him more than it is to go out and make a Facebook. And if he don't have to talk to another woman for 7 months, and he ain't gonna talk to another woman for 7 months. Like I know you don't believe Mark was getting chicks when he was at Harvard, do you?
I mean, it was Harvard. I would assume so, but I don't know that world.
The point being is,
I don't know that world.
You get different outcomes depending on your actions. All of our actions have consequences. Okay, the more disciplined person tends to be the more successful person.
True, but wait. See, because the conservative douchebag in you is coming out now, right?
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
I love it.
You see what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to, like, when I say priority, Uncle Rick, I don't mean like, oh, I gotta have this every day. I mean, I have to have a version of this for myself in my life, right? So when I think about these guys that you're talking about, these guys that have more money, well, Aaron, who do you think are using the high class prostitutes, escorts, and all of those type of women? It ain't the broke dudes in the hood.
My opinion, men that have things that they need to protect their identity, congressmen, professional people, yes. But for them to get to that point, they had a level of discipline prior. So you don't always have to be disciplined but you might lose that level of connection with people, and it happens to men all the time. I
don't know if you catching what I'm saying, that no matter what they grind was, and no matter what their success level and financial level was going to be, they had so much of a necessity, so much of a priority to make sure that they could have that intimacy with the woman, that they could have that woman who, like, escorts are usually women who I need you to be on my arm to go out with me to as a part of my visibility.
Yes,
they need that so much that they will pay for it. And these are those lowly women. These aren't no, wifeable type women. We're talking about hookers.
Yes.
They're literally prioritizing having hookers in their lives.
Fine. I don't want to get caught up on this. I don't want to argue this battle right
Doesn't
now.
admit you lost.
AL definitely did not. AL says her not paying bills is not traditional for average people. It's traditional for the rich. Stop confusing rich traditions with what regular people did. That's a good point. That's kind of a good point. Even though when it's convenient for us, we'll argue grandpa had one job and he could pay all the bills. So fair enough. I don't caught up on this. I want to get through this video, okay? Without Mr. Let Go blowing a gasket.
Damn baby, I yelled none of her. Damn man, she gonna keep the baby. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Cause the nigga be broke. You can't sustain more than what you are already content with.
Why is she with a guy who's in a position that he can't fulfill what she wants? She don't have
Think about what you just said. That's why women are saying men need to make more money. What you just said.
No, the issue is the men that make more money don't want those women. So they got
that. We're talking about the men that aren't making more money. You're moving the goalpost.
No, we're being real because those
the men that don't make more money.
So which is the majority. So what you basically just said was women are attracted to guys who don't make that much money because the guys that make that amount of money, they exist, but they don't want those women.
Only the 6%. So if they are wanting, I'm agreeing. Hold on. I'm agreeing with you, Illa. So those men that are way up here, they don't want those women. So the woman that she can get is the typical dude that is just sustaining himself, and she's like, "All right, I want to grow with you, but you need to make more money." And here come the dude like, "Oh man, I'm offended." Why? Make more money.
Saying, hey, let's put a business plan. We can do something together.
No.
What's wrong with that? My grandparents.
Why do men always want to sit around and utilize?
What's wrong with working together?
Let me answer.
He's not hearing he's not hearing the insult, Aaron. You just acknowledged, right, that the men that they really want, they can't have. And so that's why they telling these other men you need to get more money. That's the insult.
Yes, that 100% agree. That's the problem, right? Because when we start telling them what they need to be, because we can't have the 10 out of 10, they don't like that. So I'm in agreement with you there. I don't think Mr. Let Go is doing it intentionally. I think he's unaware of it, right? So I don't think he's intentional. What Beans was able to identify, and I identify with him, I don't think Let Go knows he's doing that. You see what I'm saying? I think he's really just stuck on, no, they need to make more money. This name. He's so focused on, and he's about to go into his reasons why. This is the issue that Beans is going to have with guys that talk like him. What he's about to say now. This is where the issue comes from.
We are the utility, not the woman. We are the utility.
To be a utility. Women fought to be workers.
Who cares? We don't want that type of woman, though. You said it yourself. We'll take a woman in Walmart. So forget about that woman that you don't want.
It's not a business.
So right there, you heard him say, men are the utility, and stop trying to force women to be the utility. Illa counters that, I think very skillfully, not even intentionally, that they fought to be the utility. They fought to do these things, right? Which is more than a fair point. And then
Let Go said, fuck that. Fuck they
No.
fight.
Let Go makes a counter that is also a very fair point. Who cares? Y'all don't want those type of women. And that's kind of fair. The only problem is it limits to saying that women that are tools can not also be women that are kind and caring, which goes to the point of when men say, we don't like being around powerful women that make a lot of money because y'all don't treat us right. Y'all talk to us all kind of crazy. It's not that we insecure. all of that has just been broken down in 22 seconds right here.
But there's a problem that lies in that. There's a major problem in that. Men never say in the community that they don't want a woman at work.
Right.
They don't say that they don't want a woman with money. It's not her working. It's not the money that's the problem. We'll take that woman at work. We'll love that woman there. We're saying that it's not a high main thing on the attraction trigger. It's not that we don't want it. It's just not on the main thing. If certain behaviors come with it. It's not her working or her having money that's the problem. It's if she behave a certain way. But if she don't behave a certain way, she can be a fucking multimillionaire. We don't. So when people say y'all don't want women at work, that is a straight up lie. It's just a lie. Men don't say that. We don't want a bitch. We don't want a headache. That's it. We don't want a headache. It's not the money. It's not the job. It's not the career. It's her. That's the fucking problem. We don't want a person with a certain personality type, regardless of income. And that's what it is. So that was the problem with that whole statement. It ain't men want no. We don't care about money. Mr. Let Go defense was actually wrong.
All right, Red Pill, calm down. Calm down.
Just said Mr. Let Go comeback. It wasn't a good comeback. He was fucking wrong.
No.
That's a fact.
It was a good counter. It's just unfortunate because he's saying y'all don't want those type of women.
Well, that's a wrong statement. That's a lie.
Wait. You're assuming that we're assuming that this is a debate right now, right?
No, I don't know if they're debating.
Well, they put them in a box like they debating, right? So I'm gonna go with the fact that they debating, right? If they're debating, Aaron, that was absolutely a horrible rebuttal. You know why? Because he's conflating a high value talking point with somebody who's talking about the regular people. That's a high value talking point that you would take the Walmart girl.
That's a fact.
You see what I'm saying? He
it's not.
literally said you would take the Walmart girl, right?
He is, Aaron. He is.
So that's what I'm saying. He's conflating a high value talking point with somebody who's having a conversation with him based on median people, on average people just getting together and coming together doing what they do. So that's why I think it was a horrible rebuttal.
So I disagree because I think we may have heard different things, right? Because
your location, bro. Because I'm tired of this. You gonna concede to me, goddammit.
Nah, I'm not conceded to that point because let me play it again.
Workers.
Who cares?
What's wrong with working together?
Let me answer. We are the utility, not the woman. We are the utility.
To be a utility. Women fought to be workers.
Who cares? We don't want that type of woman, though. You said it.
Okay. I see what you guys are hearing. All right. So yes, I will concede to your point based upon his specific words.
We have a church. We ain't going nowhere. GP, are you with me?
I have no problem with that. The way I identify what Let Go was trying to say is that y'all don't want those boss chicks, those people that I get money type of chicks. So like I'm already taking the interpretation. Podcasts like to be very much take my words for what they are, right? Unfortunately, there's a downside to that sometimes, right? Because you have to be able to anticipate it and feel things out. But I understand the reasons for doing it. The way I'm looking at it, Let Go's making a point like y'all don't want those boss chicks anyway because they treat you a certain way. But technically, he did not say that.
Well, press play. Press play because I want to press play because I want to see something, right? What he said right after this.
Yeah.
We'll take a woman in Walmart. So forget about that woman that you don't want.
See what I'm saying? So Aaron, hold on. So Aaron was right. Aaron was right. But the fact of the matter is that them two statements that he just made don't make sense unless you interpret it the way Aaron did. So Aaron's interpretation was spot on. But that shit just don't make sense when you just play it back and I listen to it. Because all he said was they fought for the right to work. That's all he said.
He's not an orator. He's not a wizard with words. Like I can tell how he stumbles over sentences from time to time. Yeah. And so when we do this a lot, we talk on panels for a lot and we speak a lot, we're more apt to do that. But I can just tell it's not a natural skill of his. Like he had to really work, like to do what he does is not captivating, right? You see when he speaks, it's like blah, 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 blah. He's not skillful that way. So I understand that. And so when I deal with people that are like that, I make the necessary adjustments in my mind automatically most of the time. I'm still human. I'm prone to make a mistake here and there, but I try to get to that point, especially nowadays on YouTube, man. These people crazy. So that's why I just jumped to that conclusion. But
yeah, it makes sense now that you played it back.
I listen to comprehend, not to interpret, and Mr. Let Go was what he said was some bullshit.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on. My sister Venus is back. Go ahead, Venus, because she here to defend Let Go.
Okay, real quick. I want to say, because you guys are comparing men and women with the money thing, right? I want to say women saying make more money is the equivalent to men saying women need to lose weight.
You think that's the equivalent?
Yes, because it is based on what you value most. Men value beauty most, and women value money most, right?
Okay.
We value virtue.
So
okay. I'll be right back. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
So the point was, it is literally the equivalent, and I don't think either one is wrong to say, like on either direction. I don't think it's wrong if men prefer fit women. I don't think it's wrong for them to say that, and I don't think it's wrong for women to prefer men to make more money either. So those are like equivalent statements. So if you don't have a problem with one, you shouldn't have a problem with the other.
We value virtue. You can't turn down a odometer on that pussy. That's what we value.
No, y'all proven that y'all value beauty.
For marriage, we value virtue. You can't
How
end game
many
the
of
same
you?
way.
All right, that's not true either, because most women who get married are not virgins here. So
Are you a man? Virtue don't. Did I say virgin one time? I said virtue.
Hold on, real quick, Red Pill. I just have one question. How have men proven that they value beauty?
What do you
Precious
mean?
got married. Precious got married.
You can always point to outliers. She's a rich woman, so she doesn't belong in the conversation.
Don't help. Don't do that, y'all. Just the first response was, "What do you mean?" Right? So y'all have to let this play out. How have men proven that they value beauty? You said men have proven that they value beauty, so I'm asking you, how have men proven that they value beauty?
Because we see what men gravitate toward. We see what's upheld in society as what beauty is. Beauty is a big deal. The weight conversation is a huge conversation, right? Clearly, you're talking about a woman's physical appearance. That you guys came up with a whole rating system just to discern. You can't say y'all don't value beauty. That's what y'all talk about all the time.
We never said we don't.
He asked me, how have you proven that? Like, come on now.
I'm absolutely saying we don't. Yeah, I'm absolutely saying
at all. I don't think we
right.
All y'all do is
it's not about all. We don't do all arguments, so don't do that, Red Pill. You know, we don't do all.
I said at all.
Right. I'm saying whether it's all or not all. Like, yeah, we don't.
Okay, so come on now. We gonna sit here and honestly say men don't value women's beauty? Like, y'all gonna really sit there and say that?
I'm not saying
yes. That's ridiculous, man.
Absolutely. You know why? Because you're
Why is
trying
that,
to compare it
podcast?
to money.
What?
Because you're trying to compare it to money.
No,
And
there's no because. Can you just acknowledge that men value beauty? You
But
yourselves.
most women are beautiful.
Wait, hold on. You yourselves acknowledge that you don't care about women's money. So then what do you value, podcast?
I value a lot of things. I value ass more than I value beauty.
Is that not a part of being beautiful? You like her body. It's beauty.
Absolutely.
Beauty doesn't mean pretty face. Whatever you find attract beauty.
Venus,
Y'all value beauty.
But the difference is that, but hold on, man. But the difference is that you won't. Do you want money? Would you say that women value money over marriage or marriage over money?
Depends on the woman.
And see, there we go. Right. So so that's my point. If we know what the women actually value is, what they really value the most is, right? If you say it's money and you're comparing that to beauty, then you're just wrong.
No,
right?
I'm just
Because
right.
men
You know how
will-
I know I'm right? Because all of the high earners, right? What do you guys love to say? They get the most what women? The most
talking about
beautiful.
10% of niggas.
No, I'm making a point. If you let me
Yes, because you're talking
finish.
about high earners, but you just
All right, you
cut me off to
gotta
make
stop.
a point about 10% of
Can
niggas.
you stop interrupting me?
You just literally cut me off, Venus.
You
Literally.
asked me. All right, I'm
No, I
not gonna
didn't. I
argue
was
with
trying to make
you.
a
I'm
statement,
not.
and you said because y'all. I'm
I was
telling you
doing
what just
good.
happened.
I ain't arguing with nobody all day. I'm not doing
Me
this combative
neither.
shit.
So
I'm
don't
not.
cut me off and then ask me not to cut you off. That's rude. That's crazy. Is it like? And wait. Red pill. Before you go off track, was I not talking and she cut me off?
Yeah, she cut you
Okay,
off.
so I don't understand that. But here's the thing, right? She's trying to compare beauty to money, and what I'm saying is, it
Yeah,
depends.
makes
If
no
you're
sense.
arguing about what you're valuing, right? Because a man will get with a chick that's an 8. We hear this all the time, that men will get with chicks that are so-called 8s and 9s and walk over them and marry a 5 or a 6 all the time, because the thing that they're actually prioritizing, the thing that they actually value as it pertains to a mate, as it pertains to a partner, a spouse, the mother of their children, it's not looks. Looks is not the thing that they value the
Corporation,
most.
bro. It's corporation.
We value looks, but it's not high up on the list, and it can go down if your personality's right. Like you said, like it's like what you're saying. I'll take a 5 that's good for me than an 8 that's a headache any day, and that's how most men are. So
Y'all
looks ain't as
share
important.
Venus off the show.
No,
Well, I can't leave. I can't leave for a couple minutes. Y'all can't get along with women. Shame.
She got rude and didn't like it when I got rude back. But
Venus is not rude to me, so therefore you did something to her.
She came in.
I cut her off after she cut me off. So, but wait a minute. So listen. This is what I'm saying, Aaron. To me, if Sharon is high value, can I use him?
No.
Guarantee you, I don't. I'm not trying to be funny, but I know damn well his wife ain't no 9. Red pill is high value. I know damn well his wife ain't no 9.
My wife an 8.
Anton is high value. His wife ain't no 9.
I can show pictures of mine. My wife an 8, easy.
Angry Man is married. His wife ain't no 9.
Why
Like,
do you
we can
feel
go
the need to
down
talk
the
about
list.
people's wives? I'm not saying you can't. You do what you want. You're a grown man, but why?
Because I'm not saying that they're not attractive. I'm just saying they're not 9. There is no 10, right? So 9 is at the top of the list. I'm just saying they're not 9s. And I'm pretty
Somehow
sure
I'm able to make all my points without picking somebody's wives.
I'm only saying that I couldn't even pick their wives out of a lineup. I'm just saying I know.
Okay, fair. Well, fair enough.
I'm just saying I know for a fact that they wives ain't no 9s. You understand what I'm saying? So, and these guys are high value. What I'm saying is when men, the 10% of men that she wanted to address are actually picking women, and men in general, when they're actually picking women, they're not picking them because they're the best looking thing that they ever had. I just had a conversation with my cousin the other day who's absolutely high value. The man builds prisons and hospitals and shit all around Illinois. His wife is a Puerto Rican woman. She's attractive. But like he said, she ain't nowhere near the best looking woman I ever been with. But he didn't choose her for that. He chose her because of the fact that she was the rider. She was the one who was down. She was the one who had the faith, the spiritual foundation, and all of these other different criteria. It wasn't about her prioritizing looks. Because if men prioritize looks, a lot of women would be virgins. They wouldn't even touch them, let alone try to marry them or build families with them.
I just want to say to what Venus said.
I hate when people make the look comparison to money, man. It's just stupid.
She compared weight to money. She's like, weight is exactly as money.
Yeah.
And it's not true because men, we got to watch our weight too. So saying that a woman wanting a woman wanting a man to get more money is like a man wanting a woman to lose more weight. It's hot bullshit because we just can't get blowed the fuck out like a motherfucker either. You know what I'm saying?
You got a filthy mouth. I wish I had a square jaw for you.
And most niggas, most niggas go with a fat bitch anyways. So
by the way,
right. See, he just took what I was about to say, Red Pill. And you made a great point. I'm glad you said that. And Poppy just expounded on it. Aaron, I promise you, you can't make the argument that 80% of black women are overweight and then tell me 26% of them are married. So you saying only 6% of fat women are overweight? I mean, are married? Like, that doesn't make sense.
I don't think only black women exist. Some of y'all do.
No. That's not the point. I'm talking specifically about them, though. I'm saying if you say that 80% of them are overweight and 80% of that number is obese, right? But we know there's 26% of black women that are married. So the argument then would be what? That only 6% of healthy women are married? Like, you can't make that argument, right? The fact of the matter is that men prioritize, when it comes to choosing their women, the woman who they want to be with, men absolutely do not prioritize money. Looks at the top of the list. And that's what she was arguing. But I will say this, Venus, thank you. Thank you, Venus. Thank you so much for being strong enough and brave enough to admit that women prioritize money. I'm so clipping that.
To be fair, I deal with Venus a lot. That's her opinion. I'm just be honest with you. She'd be like, that's fine. I'll do it as long as they paying all these bills and doing that. So
that's a fact.
But that's not necessarily the common experience I get with talking to other women. She might even think they tripping right now, like y'all messing this stuff up. But so I'm not going to push that off that is necessarily the priority for most women.
Yo, these bros don't care about money like that, fam. That shit is all capping, bro. That's not true, bro. That's only some social media bullshit, fam.
They baby daddies be broke as shit and used to cream pie their ass up weekly. Then they want
like my nigga. We talk about bros that get fucked.
Filthy mouth. Jeez.
These bros get fucked by the weed man in the neighborhood, my nigga. All of a sudden they want rich ass niggas. Like, come on, gang.
Okay,
let's knock it off, bro.
Poppy, respectfully, right? Listen to what's being said. See, this is why words matter. And I'm gonna give you a pass because English is your third language, right? What we're talking about, remember what I just said about men, right? We know that men like beautiful women, right? But we're saying when they're actually making the choice for the woman, right? We're saying that they choose something specifically different because that's not at the top of the list. What you're saying with women is that they accept something. Red Pill made this point already, and I made it yesterday on my show, is that they always believe they're settling, Poppy. Always. No. All the time they believe that they're settling. He could have been taller, he could have been cuter, he could have had a bigger dick, he could have had more money. They always believe that they could have gotten better than what they get, right? So
do you believe that, Marcus? Do you believe that?
Absolutely, yes. 51% of women, or the majority, yes. 51% or more, absolutely, I believe that. No question.
Okay, all right. We're gonna get back to the video. I'm right now. I want
you scared, man.
I want to do this video. I can't because y'all won't let me get through this video.
Nah, that's how it be though. Every time, I swear.
Yeah, at the rate, I'm like, video. Man, I will never make it through.
Who cares? We don't want that type of woman though. You said it yourself. We'll take a woman in Walmart. So forget about that woman that you don't want.
Out of business. You and your woman, she could be the secretary. You could do the footwork. We don't say she got to have.
You got to start a business for her to be a secretary of first.
You're right. But
you niggas aren't the business owners for her to be a secretary of.
I agree, but you can also start it together. There's many ways to skin a cat.
No,
that's your opinion.
You go build some shit, and they will come. Have you ever heard of that? You build it, they will come. You gotta go build some shit first, bro. We can't be like, all right, a lot of men come in my life, then I'm gonna start building something.
You're right. A lot of men built stuff and they didn't come, or they came and left. So that's not the qualification to get submission and get a woman to cooperate. It's men that got a lot of this. We see millionaires every day.
Illa was cooking. Illa was cooking them every single time.
This nigga need to drop an album.
Yeah, because I think Illa is much better at speaking.
No, let go gets retarded.
No. I don't even think that's the case. I think it comes more. It's more natural for him to do it. I think he's better at it. So it comes natural in how he carries himself and how his mind works. For Let Go, it ain't the same. So I think it's harder. Let Go really has to study the books, and think it comes natural for some people. But sorry, Let Go, you just was getting cooked here, bro. Because he's right. Go out and build something, and those women lead those men too.
Right.
He's right. So
right
with the pool guy.
But the only problem is that they don't leave them that often.
Yeah, so
they leave him at a 20% rate. I'm just saying, like the men that do get these building up some shit.
Give me the
name.
Wait. Let me make sure I understand it. Are you talking about Bill Gates?
Jeff Bezos' wife went with a teacher.
You talking about Elon Musk?
Right. I'm glad. Yeah. So I'm glad you named all those people, but still, those men that are in that realm,
They in
women
that realm?
yes, those
Be on
women.
their third marriages.
Those women stay.
Be on their third marriage. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They be on.
Look at God. Look at God.
And it's the thing.
Won't he do it?
Is it not the truth?
You froze. Go ahead and repeat yourself. You
I
froze.
said those men that are in that level of financial freedom, they women stay with them at an 80% rate. It is what it is. They don't get divorced like that.
Those
Yeah,
women
because they
usually
pay
with
them
their
estate a lot of the time.
Those women
Regardless, they stay. They stay
They
at an
use-
80% rate. You can't argue that.
They usually
Yes,
with their
they got the 20%. We could talk about that all day if you like to make your point.
No,
However,
no. Red pill. Hold on. Hold on, red pill. Hold on. Sharon, what's the point?
Is that those people, they do get the submission that all these men be talking about. They get the
So
women that
basically,
they
you're
that these-
arguing that 90% of men need to become the 10%.
At least close to it.
All right,
No, that's impossible, right?
Now you sound like let go.
All right, this the thing. These men not trying to build to get. He said building and they would come. I'm not finna build so some woman that can be fucking Pookie and Ray Rays for the last 20 years gonna come benefit from all my hard work. So Mr. Let Go, building and they would come philosophy is hot bullshit. Back then you didn't want me, now hot y'all up on me. Mike Jones, you ain't coming off from Scruffy Road bouncing fucking niggas that was riding bicycles, not bikes as in motorcycles or nothing, bicycles, and then you want to come and get into my fucking empire. Hell no. That's why a lot of dudes like Leonardo DiCaprio just chuck him and fuck him. When they get 25, he get rid of them. He ain't getting married.
That's one of the dumbest excuses to not be with a woman I ever heard in my life.
George Clooney waited till he was 60 something to get in a serious relationship. Ain't nobody that building and they would come philosophy is a surefire way to get played like a fucking loser, to get taken advantage of for your hard work and finances.
See, all that shit sounds goofy. All those things that you're saying sounds good. However, those men that you're talking about, they women stay with them at an 80% rate. So all that things you talking is false. So if you're going to build something, you have an 80% chance of your woman staying with you. It is simple as that. I don't know why y'all trying to argue some other fallacy, some fake fictional.
I ain't talking about the women stay. I'm talking
this
about
is why you lose. This is why you lose. Hold on, red pill, because I don't think you finished. I don't think you catching this. Because he wrong. Look what he doing. He's conflating all of the marriages, right? He's saying that those women stay with those men at an 80% clip. At an 80% clip. Sharon, what percentage of that 80% got with that man after he built it up? It's okay to admit that you don't know, because we both know that you don't. Absolutely. So you can't make that argument that they stay. The literal argument that he's making is that if you build it, they will come. And I think Aaron made the point earlier that a lot of men, and even at least in his perspective, the majority of those men who reach a certain financial level and have those relationships with those women, they built it up with them. They were there for the climb, like a Samuel Jackson or a Denzel Washington, these type of people, right?
Yeah,
they
I mean
there
that
from the beginning. So this is that 80% clip that you're talking about. I would be willing to bet that 80% of that 80%, they were there from the beginning, and it wasn't no build it up and they came.
So then that goes to the point of what? I don't understand what is your point proving what?
My point is that the argument that you're making is falling flat on his face, because you can't tell me what percentage of that 80% that you keep want to reiterate that stay. You can't tell me what percentage of that.
All right, so let's go
built it up and then
let's go with the average man then. So I don't understand so what is y'all point? Because
our point is that Mr. Let Go is getting cooked in a debate. And building came up here to fucking be a simp.
I just hopped on and I'm trying to hear what the hell y'all talking about, and what it sounds like y'all saying it don't make sense to me.
Okay, so what I'm hearing so far,
because I didn't get to see the clip, so that could be I just don't have all the information.
But
I'm just going by what I hear, what Red Pill's saying, and for the few 5 minutes that I was here, what you were saying and what y'all saying is fucking nonsense.
No, okay, what you saying? In your opinion, what were we saying? In your
You the
opinion,
goofy goober,
that's
nigga.
fair. No, that's fair. That's actually fair though, right? Because we don't know in his opinion what we were saying, so we got to give him the benefit of the doubt. In your opinion, what do you believe we were saying?
It's again, it sounds like from what Mr. Lego was saying, is that men need to build up shit. They need to build themselves up, build up money, build up all these finances, and then you'll be able to get the type of woman that you're looking for. That's what I thought he was saying.
No, that's what Mr. Letgo was saying, and I don't disagree with that. I literally preach that on my own channel as it pertains to men waiting until they're in their 40s, right, to get married, because by that time they will have built themselves up enough to be whatever these women want, and it will increase their chances of having longevity in a relationship based on the fact that they can then at that point deal with older women who probably have come out of their whole
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Yeah.
Won't he
You
do
gotta-
it?
You gotta wait for hoes to come out of whole faces. God
Listen,
damn.
I'm not finna
I
build that.
I think they want me to play the video, and they want Sharon to watch the replay.
You stupid.
Because he came up here and threw a whole monkey wrench in the conversation. Let me get back to the video before somebody else get in trouble. All right, thank you.
I'm just saying, it's not an excuse. We just got to be more realistic. So that's not the qualification to get submission and get a woman to cooperate. It's men that got a lot of. We see millionaires every day. I'm just saying, it's not an excuse. We just got to be more realistic. That it's not one
You
way.
don't have to be realistic. Let me tell you something.
It's not
I'm
one
gonna give you an
way to
example.
do
Wait.
anything.
I'm gonna give you an example of realistic. Okay.
And they didn't come, or they came and left. So that's not the qualification to get submission and get a woman to cooperate. It's men that got a lot of. We see millionaires every day. I'm just saying, it's not an excuse. We just got to be more realistic. That it's not one way.
You don't have to be realistic. Let me tell you something.
It's not
I'm gonna give
one
you an
way to
example.
do anything.
I'm gonna give you an example of realistic. Okay.
Okay, give me an example.
My kids, we were just talking about a business, starting a business, right? I'm gonna get probably, whatever they want to do it. I'm gonna get a cargo van, pay the note, and they're gonna deliver shit on the cargo van or whatever, right? The reason why I'm bringing this up is I'm training my children to get out of having jobs, because jobs are stupid now. Like, we're in a world where all this shit is dumb. School is dumb. College is dumb. Jobs are dumb. You got to get out here and create something, or you ain't gonna have shit.
Just stop.
It was an electric lawnmower that was ran by a fucking AI.
I hate
all
that
this
nigga
shit is gonna
mustache.
be gone. No McDonald's workers. Niggas ain't gonna be able to get no normal job. You gotta make up some shit or sell some shit. Sell some shit. And so if niggas ain't selling shit, getting out here hustling, they gonna stay broke, and they need to stay away from these goddamn women, because these women are right. Niggas need to make more money.
Okay, that's your opinion. Black people need to make more money, period. But at the same time, if you have a good relationship, most people I know that's in happy relationships, money is not an issue. They got each other's back and they support each other, and that's that. Period.
No, I don't need no support. I need to go build it, and then I bring a woman in. Because the thing about it is, you're not going to get the submission.
You can say a lot of shit on the computer, but I don't know how you live.
Because the thing about it is, you're not going to get the
submission. You can say a lot of
submission.
shit on the computer, but I don't know how you live.
Because the thing about it is, you're not going to get the
You can
submission.
say a lot of shit on the computer, but I don't know how you live. So we can say a lot online, but we don't know what type of woman you're dealing
Let me
with.
just say this.
You can say
Men want women to submit, but they don't have anything to submit to. The word submission.
I didn't bring it.
Okay, I got you. But we talk about the typical man on social media. That's the kind of like.
Yo,
He is the typical man on social media. That's why. Like, you that guy.
That's him.
Like Illa was
Right.
cooking, but like you, Mr. Lego, you that guy. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think you said you used to be a certain way and you didn't know, and now you made adjustments. I don't think you went and built stuff before you had made a child.
Yeah.
According to you. So
What is this? Yo, what is this nigga title? Like, isn't he like a whole specialist strategist, some shit like that?
No. No, let go be doing his thing on social media. Shout out to him. He in his business.
Oh, so he's an influencer.
Listen,
Yeah,
we don't do
content creator.
no hating. We can tell the truth. We don't do
He's a
no
content
hating.
creator.
You know
All right, so yo,
say that one more
this
time.
nigga is one of the lamest nigga ever, bro. He just sound corny, bro. This
Y'all
nigga
gotta
sound
chill.
corny, my nigga.
Y'all have got to chill, man. Like Zoe said,
I am chilling, bro. I'm giving him praise right now, man. Like he's pretty corny, son.
His problem is that he has no personality and he has to build it to get a good woman. He has to build it to get a decent woman. Mr. Lego, one of them dudes that had nothing else to offer a woman that's going to be attraction triggers outside of money and success. And that's why he's super, super promoting it.
He looked like the last piece of bread.
That is fucking crazy.
That's my whole point right there. So he has to make sure he build it.
What's wrong with him, man?
He's the booty of the bread. He the booty.
JJ stupid, bro.
I don't know, man. JJ is acting up tonight, man. He probably didn't see Mr. Lego one too many times. He's like, I've had enough. I have had enough. You know what? I can't do that.
This nigga broke. Like, listen, man. This is what I'm saying. This nigga is broke in real life.
Whoa. Chill. You gotta chill.
They gonna be like, wait, podcast, how you gonna say that? Like, yes, nigga. You know how I can say that? Because I know this dude named Bernard Arnault.
I think we need to move Lonzo.
That ain't no problem.
Huh?
That ain't no problem.
Well,
No. We've reached the conclusion of the Aaron O Show. I appreciate y'all being here. Venus will be going live soon. You guys make sure you join her. Who else is live? Oh, the Q Show is on. Make sure you join the Q Show. But we getting up out of here. I've reached my time limit. Y'all ain't about to play with me today. Nope. We've reached the end of this show. Okay, I got to go back and get to work. Okay, I got to go back, get into the lab and do what I do and make sure I'm prepared for the next show. Okay, so shout out to everybody that came through. Red Pill was red pilling all the way. Red Pill podcast was podcast. Then you know how that go. Sharon was for the short term. Okay, and of me, I just do what I do. All right, I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit a like and leave a comment at the end of the show. But until next time, we